Hello and welcome to the SNCL Grand Finals of Split 1. We have a banger match here. Wacky Wraiths against Quantum Infinity, QTE Infinity. Um, I'm your main analyst. I'm Linus, and I'm joined with Kate's mates, my co-analyst. How are you doing?
Welcome, welcome. Happy to be here.
Yeah, I'm personally I'm really curious how this match will turn out. We have two great casters that will join us. We have Freo as color caster and Domain as play-by-play caster. You will hear them as soon as we go into draft. For now, you have to stick with me and Kate's mates. Um, and I think this match is really intriguing because in regular season they already played each other. It was a 1-1 draw. Both teams got away with a win. In postseason they didn't meet. QTE defeated Assassin's Creed, then they defeated Snack Pack, and then in the upper bracket finals Slimots to go into the grand finals. And Veki Res, who finished second in regular season, QTE finished fifth. Um, Went through the lower bracket. They lost to Slimots in round one. Then they defeated Snack Pack. They defeated Assassin's Creed, and they defeated Slimots as well to go up into the grand finals through lower bracket. Um, and I
Also,
think
really,
yeah,
sorry, didn't want to interrupt you there. Also, really surprising that they finished with a really strong series 3-0 against Slim Odds, which they previously lost against, and got knocked in the lower bracket too.
yeah, because the first match, the first round of playoffs, they got kind of destroyed by Slimots. It was not that close. Slimots looked way stronger, but in the lower bracket finals, they looked just way better. On the other side, QT Infinity, they looked like the strongest team in playoffs. I think they didn't lose a single game in playoffs so far. They just look really dominant, and also their play style just looks different to the rest of the league. And I'm really interested to see how the two teams will face off. And I think we can take a look at top lane for now, because we have some nice graphics for that. We have Detlef and we have Ruben. Detlef for Veki Rest, of course, Ruben for QT Infinity. And yeah, tell me, Kate Smith, what do you think about those stats?
For sure, we see here that Detlef is really more of a aggressive player that likes to really go for all ins and make plays and stuff. You can also see that in this champion pool. His most played champions are like fighter playmakers, like the Camille that we also see here in the SS signature champion. Also, the Gwen was really, how do you say it? Uh, Also really signature champion for him. They also flexed it into the jungle, and I think we will see a ban onto him from or in general on the Gwen to prevent the flex pick. On the other hand, Ruben is more of like a safe player that mostly goes for tanks. I've also seen him pick up the Rumble to like make more of an impact in team fights with this heavy AoE ultimate. But he is more so like a supporting character in this team that plays safe and not dies a lot and helps his team out in that way.
Yeah, I think one key difference between those players is that Detlef has like really high highs. Like he had a few games, his NAR performance against Lamont, for example, where he just completely smurfs it. But he also has those low games where he has a lot of deaths, where he doesn't really do anything on the map. While Ruben, he also has good games, but there are rarely those high games. He had one of Rumble on Rumble against Lamont in the upper bracket finals, but he's usually more of a more a rounder player. Like he doesn't have those low lows, but he also doesn't have those high highs. So I think this matchup really comes down to, can Detlef play his best every single game, or will he fall to the consistency of Ruben? Um, but yeah, that's enough talk about the top lane. So let's go over to the jungle role with Robbery and with Tel Decay.
For sure. This one is really interesting because, as some may know, I was the previous top laner for Wacky Revs, and so I could tell you a lot about Robbery. I think Linus could also tell you a lot about him. He's very aggressive and kind of sometimes very flippy player. He goes for plays that could work out, maybe not work out, and yeah, but on the contrary, he also likes to farm a lot in the early game, so that could also open some opportunities for the other jungler, TLDK, to make plays. TLDK, on the other hand, from what I've heard, is a more supportive kind of player that likes to play those heavy CC tank champions and yeah, just go for more safe plays and help his team out in that way.
Uh, um, that's definitely a difference here, um, because Tel Decay. I mean, Robbery was that kind of player before. Like he played a lot of Ivern. He played like the Maokai at one point. But yeah, so right now he's more of a Wukong, Sun Zhao, Jarvan player. Um, but we can see from both of these players really similar stats. You have a similar amount of deaths. You have a bit more assists on Robbery, but he also has more games played. You have to add that to that. You have a bit more kills on him. The KDA is a bit better. But yeah, in the end, I believe that the main difference here is the mid laner, because the better mid lane usually wins the jungle. So let's go over to the mid lane, which is Uzigen against Haze.
And this is gonna be an interesting one, okay? The Usajin is he kind of plays more of the controlling style. He plays the Oriana a lot in the last few games. He also they had a huge strategy revolving around Tristana Flex from mid lane and ADC, which got banned out in like almost all games after they played it. So this is going to be interesting if QTE Infinity is going to ban that out in this series. On the other hand, Haze is a really aggressive assassin, AD assassin, melee champion kind of player that like goes for the solo kills, which is interestingly not really presented in the KDAs of him. But if he's able to make those plays, I've also heard that his Z is really scary. So if they can make that one work, could be really interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, Hayes didn't play most of the regular season when QT was struggling, when they nearly faced elimination in regular season. They had a different mid laner who was kicked from the team due to, I think it was toxicity. Maybe I'm wrong. Don't pin me on that. But Hayes came in, and from there, QTE just got better and better. And I feel like Hayes plays a big part there. He plays a lot of AD champs, like not just the Z. He plays Talon. He plays Yon, Yasuo. There are a lot of those champions, which means that his team needs to put the AP on different places. But as long as they can do that, I feel like Hayes will always find angles to get himself ahead. I feel like he is maybe the main difference maker for QTE. Um, while Uzijin, of course, is more of a secondary carry. I feel like of course he does a lot of damage, but you always have Büttner there on the hyper carries in most games. And Uzijin always play, or most of the time plays champions with setup like the Oriana, like the Victor, and that's the main difference between those two. But let's go over to the bot lane. I just mentioned one of them, Büttner for Wacky Breath, of course, and Celil for Quantum Infinity.
Büttner has really been a key piece for Wacky Raves in this split. He's, I think, in all of the games has been on the part of the main carry. He really likes to play this huge impact champions. He is mostly known for his Vayne, and where he when he gets ahead, he just goes berserk and like goes into the enemy backline and just causes terror everywhere. Most of the time with an enchanter on the side if he plans to play that one. He can also play like the smolder has been really successful for them. In most of the I think in none of the games the enemy comp has really been able to like really punish him for that one. And if he manages to scale on that one to late game, it's really, really rough to win against it. He also has a lot of other champions that he can play. The Misfortune in the Slim Odds game comes to mind, where he plays this lethality playstyle where he has like infinite movement speed and just set up this huge ultimates, which has also been really impactful in combination with like the Wukong from Robbery and stuff. On the other hand, Cecil, I don't really
Celil.
know. Celil? Sorry, my bad. I don't really know much about his playstyle. I don't know. Can you enlighten us more about?
I feel like Celil is also a really similar player in the gems he plays, except the Vayne. He also plays like, of course, the Ezreal, as you can see on the picture, but he also plays like
Yeah.
the Jinx, the Varus, champions like that. And similar to Britain, I feel like he is maybe the star of the team. Of course, Hayes came in, but before that it was Salil. Salil has like, I feel like he rarely dies. You can see that in the amounts of deaths that he has. He plays really safe and plays for an advantage that he can get throughout the game, which I feel like is a something you need to do as an ADC. You cannot just jump in all the time, try to snowball as hard as you can, because that can lose you games. Um, but going over, because I see that the team's already close to draft, but not yet, we go over to the support so we can finish this up before the draft. We have Elred and Daxon.
Okay, a short one on this one. Elred's really jack of all trades. He can play like almost anything on support. He is really known for his rel. If his team needs this huge engage, he can also play the enchanters for Büttner to make him carry. And he's also the main shot caller for the team. And yeah, he's a really well-rounded player. Dexon, I think, mostly plays this engaged tanky champions. I'm not sure if he's also able to play enchanters really well. But yeah, more to you.
Yeah, Daxon is the team captain of QT Infinity, and I feel like similar to Wacky Wraiths, where you have Elred and Büttner, the really strong bot lane duo, which most likely was the the best bot lane duo that we had this split. Right after there was QT with Daxon and Celil. And I feel like Daxon, he plays a lot of engaged champs, and he is just a really, really strong supporter who always makes sure that his ADC can shine. He's really selfless player. Um, so yeah, those two players, I feel like they have a lot in common. Of course, Elred is maybe the best player that we have this split. He got second in MVP, I feel like, and he got third in Best Player award. So that's definitely something that he can take for himself. QT, of course, with a weaker regular season, are not that accoladed in those regions, in those awards. Um, but yeah, that's what I have to say about those two. But yeah, what's your expectation for this finals? Because I feel like even though QTE came through the upper bracket final, Wacky West, because of their really strong regular season and also their strong lower bracket run, they just still seem like the stronger team here.
Yeah, I think Wacky is more known for their really, really solid, like normal kind of draft. They are like going for this front to back, sometimes wombo, sometimes for like a hyper carry, and they like to take that one and give him the setup that he needs in Büttner. While on the other hand, QTE and Vinti should look for more of an unconventional draft that like maybe tries to pick off Büttner and tries to win in not that like regular kind of play style to like catch Ricky Refs off guard. And if they could manage to do that, I think they have a strong chance of winning this one. Uh, anyway, I think this will be a really interesting series.
Yeah, and I feel like Wacky Wraiths is really strong against teams that have a similar playstyle. Like really hardcore scaling. You pick two carries, you just try to play it slow. And the teams who try to counter Wacky Wraiths with playing the same style, they usually lost. While the teams that challenged them, that went a different approach, that played strong early game and snowball, those were the teams that usually could threaten Wacky Wraiths. But I'm seeing that the teams are slowly getting ready to draft. So me and Kalle will say goodbye for now. And yeah, by the way, I heard there are some technical difficulties, so we both of us will stick for a bit longer as we go into the draft. And I think Domain is fine. I think we can give it to Domain. So bye from me and Kalle, and hello, Domain.
Hello, how are we doing, ladies and gents? It's time. Thank you very much for the warm welcome here, Linus and Kays. Thank you so much. I'm Domain. I will be your play-by-play shoutcaster today, joined by yours truly, Trio, on the Collarcast here today for the grand finals. Wacky Raves SNC versus QTE. Already getting stuck into the draft here. How are we doing, Trio?
Doing absolutely fantastic. We already have the Smolder. That's going to be locked in for Wacky Wraiths. And that is a very solid first pick. Smolder got some good scaling. And already we have the Maokai as the response for Quantum. That's what you would expect to see coming out of their jungler, the more supportive, tanky style coming through from that Maokai, looking for those engages. Obviously, Maokai, phenomenal champ to set up the rest of your carries, such as that Corki, which is the next champ that we have locked in for Quantum.
Yes, already well on the way here, and those picks are definitely not shy. I do like what I'm seeing. I do like it. It's definitely looking for, well, there's not much to say as of this point, aside from, of course, those first couple of picks here. We'll see exactly what both of these teams have prepared into this finals here. Of course, plenty of preparation in the background, and there's the late game on Wacky Raves, the Gwen, as well as the Smolder. Quite a late game pick thus far, especially considering that gonna be looking at probably about half an hour into this game. So they want this game to go for as long as they can. There's a Mel pickup as well, just for a little bit more AP.
Yeah, the Gwen is a champion typically associated with the top lane, but I imagine in this draft it's going to be going over to Robbery. Robbery, more known for playing the Gwen than their top laner is, so most likely going to see that in the jungle, able to cut through the high HP with that with that percent health, magic, and true damage. So Maokai going to struggle a little bit into the Gwen, obviously, and the Gwen can kind of scale up, does very well into those tanks. So a good answer into that Maokai, if it is where I imagine it will be, which is in the jungle. And then the response, the Jace into the Mel. The Jace certainly going to be a pick up for Hayes, much more suited to those AD champs, as you heard the analyst desk talking about. So that Jace going to be locked in as a response to the Mel, as we get a few more bans. The Soraka coming out, taking that one away from Elrat, who has been known to play it a few times, but obviously playing a lot of champions. So you're just going to want to go for what caters to the enemy draft, and taking away that supportive Soraka, the enchanter, to help keep everyone else alive is going to be a good start. Nautilus now taken away from Quantum, which is the engage that their support is most known for. They have got the Maokai already, so Maokai, they don't need too much more in the way of engaged, which is why the Karma is going to be banned out. So I can imagine seeing something along the lines of a Braum here locked in for Quantum Infinity. They've got the poke with the Jace and the Corki, and something like a Braum would help them get engaged on less. The anti-engage coming out from someone like a Braum would be very good from Quantum Infinity, and they have that paired up with the range, but they're going to go for the Rakan and also a solid pick to match the engage of the Maokai. And with the poke, you've obviously got a pretty simple way to play out these team fights. Try and poke with the Jace and the Corki, and then if an opening presents itself, just press all of the go buttons, the quickness, the grand entrance, the nature's grasp, all of that. Fantastic at making openings alongside these, especially the Corki and the Jace, obviously able to go in.
Absolutely. I am expecting some sort of an engage here on the side of Wacky Wraiths, especially in the last pick. It's the last one they have. Sure, the Gwen is a good follow-up, and, Janna just with a bit of peel or making sure that the CC chain comes through at the right times, but it's just not enough. That tornado won't do the trick here. You're going to need something with a little bit more oomph, and there it is. Exactly what they need in this team comp. There's the Jarvan. That's going to be a great follow-up with the Gwen alongside everybody else on this roster of champions. With that said, one last pick. I was a bit surprised. Quite a predictable Nautilus and Karma, considering Maokai has been picked up, but obviously not going to be their support because the Rakan instead is going to be Quantum's support here. And there is the Kennen locked in, looking for a bit more AP damage. They found it. Corki going down, of course, into that ADC role. Kennen up in the mid lane, I believe, alongside a Jace top side. So we've got some, different, definitely with Corki nowadays, I guess, being more of an ADC rather than a mid laner like he used to be in those days. But for now, it seems we've got some sort of a lane swap that is still a potential if the Kennen wants to go maybe top side and the Jace wants to be dealing with the Mel in the mid lane. Realistically, you got to be careful, especially with how Mel can just projectile reflect that the Mercury hammer here, and that's a big blast cone that you definitely do not want to be returned in your face.
Yeah, it was a nice play to hold onto that Gwen towards the end, because it will be going top. They have the Jarvan, but the flex pick means that Quantum Infinity, they're going to want to hold onto that last pick, and they're going to give it to the Kennen. The Kennen is going to be that answer to the Gwen up in the top lane, but the Janna pick, means they secure themselves that support counter pick, the Janna into the Rakan. Obviously, Janna, a great champion for anti-engage, the Monsoon able to just push everyone away and keep your carries alive, which is good when you have people that, well, the enemy that wants to dive on you, especially that Rakan. And now the Kennen locked in with that go button, the slicing maelstrom, massive amounts of engage. So Janna is actually pretty good at keeping the rest of your team alive through all of that engage. So a lot of good drafting ideas from both sides here. As far as the compositions go, I think Wacky Wraiths, they don't have much in the way of tankiness. So usually when you don't have that front to back, when you're into something like a Maokai, as well as that Corki and Jace, the consistent DPS, you've got to find innovative angles inside of a team fight. You want a good Gwen flank. You want a good Jarvan, EQ flash, Cataclysm, something along those lines to get these fights started. Because if you fall behind on a team composition like this, it's pretty damn difficult to try and get back into the game when your opponent can just opt out of fighting you because they are the ones with the disengage. They have the nature's grasp, and you as Wacky Wraiths are lacking in a lot of the engage that someone like Quantum Infinity has with that Maokai and the Rakan. So I do quite like this draft from Quantum Infinity, but the things like the Janna make it quite difficult to say who's going to win this one. So I'm excited to see how this game pans out. And we will shortly be into a game, but this is certainly going to be a good first game here.
It definitely is. I just want to say that again, Wacky Wraiths here, they want to stall for as long as they can because they won't have too much power in the early stages of the game here. Sure, as Frio says, with Gwen, you're going to be able to sort of just go through that frontline Makai in the jungle here whenever he decides to engage and you're around the corner. You'll be okay. But Gwen's a top laner here, so it's not necessarily always going to be a first reply to this Markai's Nature's Grasp engage. It's more so going to be a flank looking for that backline carry deletion. Instead, Jarvan, Jonna are going to have to be dealing with that one to start off with. And the Janna ultimate is definitely going to be really nice, especially for Kennen if it's feeling a little bit more sort of on an engaging level, and that's definitely something that we're going to be seeing with some flanks coming out, and it might just be what Quantum is looking for. Alongside that, Shock Blast from the corner, Corki, so much poke coming out from this team comp, even with the Kennen here throwing out those darts and those what are they? What are they? The stars, the
Shurikens?
ninja shurikens, that stuff. And there's a lot of them. There's definitely going to be a lot to be dodging here, and that's when the Makai comes in, right? Once everybody's been just taking down to a threshold of their HP that Quantum would like to engage on. They've got the gateway from the Jace. They've got the quickness from the Rakan to follow up on with the Makai as well. This is definitely going to be quite a game on our hands for the first game of the series, guys. The first game. This is where it all comes down. This is where we're going to get to see how everybody does on the Rift, testing each other out. Both of these teams clashing on the Rift one by one, testing each other, seeing exactly how this entire series will unfold.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, the Maokai, I just want to point out there is a lot in the way of individual disengage tools for the side of Wacky Raids. Everyone has a way of escape. Smolder has the flap, flap, flap. Hallowed Mist from Gwen. The rebuttal from Mel is very interesting because if you stand in front of that Nature's Grasp, you can send one of the strands, just like one of the small segments, crawling back towards Maokai. It's not going to send the entire ultimate back, but it does create an opening for the rest of your team. And obviously, Janna and Jarvan, quite straightforward in their disengages. But there isn't particularly one member from the side of Wacky Wraiths that you look at and you go, this person has absolutely zero disengage tools. You can just lock them down for free. Where pretty much everyone, absolutely everyone, has something that they can do to outplay and engage. And especially from the Maokai. The Rakan is going to be pivotal in some of these fights at following up, because Maokai Ultimate, I could see that not connecting quite a few of the engages they might want to pull off. So if the Rakan and the Maokai are on the same page, they will need to be playing together to make use of a lot of these engages as we find ourselves now on the Rift.
We do indeed. Here we are. Everybody is getting right into their positions, making sure that nobody is gonna slide through the fog of war and do some vision control. Really, at this point, is the only thing we're gonna see. Perhaps a skirmish around, but we don't want anything else. And definitely, Quantum, neither WW want anything coming out of these couple of first minutes in the game here. So it is going to be a Kennen up in the top side here, and the Jace in the mid lane. Going into that Mel, there's Robbery going to drop that flag for the vision onto the Maokai, and the first bit of damage already coming out for Wacky Wraiths. There's that Oracle is going to be able to control that one straight away. So no vision information That's going to be denied on this Maokai here. However, already knowing fully well where the Maokai is starting, perhaps I've
There's a
spoken
second
too
ward.
soon. Oh, well, hold on a minute. He's just getting fed here. He's already got himself quite a bit of a... He's going to go
Do
back at this
CS.
point, right? First item at 1 minute and 30 seconds. Not quiet.
Yeah, well, Wacky Wraiths, they do have the advantage here. They know where Tel DK is going to be starting up towards that top side. They did invest 2 of their wards, which did get swept away, but now they know that the jungler will be pathing towards bot side. QTE, they don't have such liberties. Robbery, they did spot him out at the beginning, putting that ward down, but then he made his way down towards the bot side and is most likely going to be clearing towards that top side. Jarvan, obviously a strong early jungler, so could be looking to do some kind of 3 camp, but you would expect the chickens first if you were going to look for an early bot camp after 3 camps. So possibly going to look for anything in the mid lane, but most likely it will just be a full clear for both of these junglers. And I don't imagine we'll see too much in the way of invades just yet.
Yes, no, not just yet. That's absolutely correct here. As for now, everybody's just getting those level advantages. Both top laners gonna get that level 2 here. Bit of farm advantage going over to the Gwen, even though there's quite a large wave already stacking and about to be crashing into that tower for the Kennen, where the trouble really lies to hit those last shots on those minions there. 15-9, and the Gwen's gonna get a nice cheaters recall. Actually going to cancel that one, not for the use as of right now. Down in the bot lane, we saw Salil on a very aggressive charge and hitting some damage down. Obviously, the Valkyrie is quite a nice ability, especially when you've got so many minions in on your side of the map. That's now turned. The tides have turned. Most of that is now rushing into the red side here. And Smolder's just going to go out a little bit further to drop some vision, leaving the Janna by herself.
Yeah, the Grand Entrance doesn't connect there. I mean, as Selil and Daxen, you want to be looking for these fights. Obviously, the Corki is stronger early game than the Smolder. Doesn't even have the 25 stacks yet. So before you hit level 6, when the Janna gets the Monsoon is pretty much where you have kill pressure, but it's not going to be too aggressive of a lane. We have the Smolder who wants to play safe, supported by the Janna, who can certainly facilitate that with a gank in the mid lane.
Jace being very aggressive here, of course, knowing fully well that Marka is just around the corner, so he has the ability to do so, grabbing the first flash of this game. Yuzjin is going to have to be so much more careful here, as an aggressive Gwen up in the top side is going to send the electrical squirrel out and running away. Good engage, but Jarvan's just around the corner. And flag and drag flashing onto Salil. He respects it with a Valkyrie of his own, still holding on to quite a few summoners. There's one. Daxon gets around just enough time to escape with his life.
Yeah, no flash or heal on the support of QTE. I believe the Jarvan EQ flash did miss. It didn't knock up Selil. So if that had happened, probably some more summoners burnt out of the bot lane. But instead, that's going to be a flash heal invested from both teams. But the important thing is that flash on Yusejin in the mid lane. Mel obviously doesn't have a dash. Not the most mobile of champions. The rebuttal gives you a little bit of movement speed, but it's on an incredibly long cooldown in that early game. No haste, no levels in it. So if QTE can abuse this next 5 minutes of a flashless Mel in the mid lane, they can try and get Heiser ahead. And that is certainly currently the biggest opening on the map for QTE to take an advantage here. And it is the flashless Mel who is TPing now in towards that mid lane. So we'll see where Tel DK is going to be pathing. Level 5 here on the Maokai just picked up. So we'll see if that Nature's Grasp, when it is unlocked, will be invested into that mid lane.
1 TP, 2 TPs, 3 make that 4. Every single one of these solo laners find themselves right back to where they left off, and not wanting to miss out on any far more XP here. These are the most crucial moments in a game, especially where nobody has taken a lead as of yet. So they don't want to be falling behind, especially with the dragon now up, and we've got the Void Grubs surely to follow very shortly as well. There's bound to be a team fight brewing here in the midst, as some poking, and again, just Kennen respecting it every single time. Does not seem to be wanting to have a little bit more of the action there, as it's more of a try to catch up with the farm game for Ruben, as the grand entrance is going to connect. No follow-up, however, just Makai slowly getting into that one. Everybody's there, aware of it, especially the Jarvan. I can't say that Quantum is aware of him, however, chilling in that tri-bush.
Yeah, push established for Usejin, and Elrap managing to be the first into that bot river where the Drake is spawning will establish the vision control. The scuttle will go over to QTE.
But
so
now,
both
oh my
teams
god, this
do
is
have
a beautiful flank. He's just walked right through around all of the vision. No flash or heal, remember, and therefore the flash from Butner is going to secure that kill. Markai's here, maybe just to support Celil, but is it going to be enough? Who's very low. It will do the trick here. He has just been able to tell DK, support Celil there, who does still have the barrier as well as the flash for the time being. Great first blood coming out for the WW.
Very, very nice. Just managing to pick up that kill. The Bramble Smash didn't get Björkner under the tower, so he managed to live through that. So it's a nice 1-for-0. The kill going over to the Smolder is exactly what you want to see for Wacky Wraiths. And now, once again, the junglers around the bot side. The Drake hasn't been started up, but it will be now by Tell DK, as the bot lane of Wacky Wraiths do take a reset. The Drake will most likely go over to QTE. No real engage potential here, as Björkner and Elrak coming out of base.
Nice little route there. Hayes is getting a bit lower. Obviously, with the dragon up, he doesn't really need to be around there. That's just going to be secured, as Jarvan is up in the top side. River instead trying to secure himself an uncontested couple of Void Grubs here. And let's remember, with the recent changes on these Void Grubs, you only need the 3. No longer do they spawn twice in a row, and this is going to be quite a good advantage. I always do prefer the Void Grubs, as you would, over the first dragon there, because you can always come back into the game. You can always stop the 3rd or 4th Drake from being taken later on into this game. And the later this game goes on, the better, obviously, for the Wraiths here, as they want to be just stalling it long enough to give them that power spike that they're so patiently waiting for.
Yeah, I haven't in the past been the biggest fan of like prioritizing grubs over Drake. I mean, I've even seen some stats where the more grubs you get, the less likely you are to win in like especially professional leagues, because usually if you're trading grubs, that means the enemy team's getting Drake, and Drake is incredibly important. But now 3 grubs for 1 Drake is an insane trade, because you get the might spawning from just 3 grubs. You only need to pick up 2 if you want to get the point towards the feat of monster slaying, but all 3 will net you the mites, and Wacky Wraiths have done just that. They've picked up 3 grubs. They've lost a Drake, but instead of having might spawn for losing 2 Drakes, now it's only 1 Drake that Quantum Esports managed to get.
But connect very low El Rat, but he's got his ultimate available there, as well as the heal. So perhaps just a very aggressive engage. Not much gonna become of it. But no, it's a very good point, Threo, because at this point in the current meta, you definitely will get so much out of those 3 grubs there, and for as long as you can do the damage to these towers, right? Nice bit
Gwen
of
can certainly do that.
Yeah, well, definitely. And speaking of Gwen, looking to go back as soon as possible here with almost 20 CS advantage to get herself a few more items. There's the recurve bow as well, just to give her that more of a prominent sort of presence when it comes to split pushing, and a potential 3v3 is brewing down in the bot lane.
Yeah, the junglers are going to take a reset as nothing broke out, but you are right, that recurve bow means that Gwen will be building towards that Nash's Tooth, and that is a demonic item for the side lane. If you leave a Gwen alone with a tower and a Nash's Tooth, you can say goodbye to that tower pretty much no matter what. The AP plus the attack speed, just a phenomenal combo for taking those towers. And the 3 grubs, I mean, I've noticed it even more this patch, having no grubs, because I mean, in the past, you're more likely to see like 3 grubs going to either team or something of the sort. Now, oftentimes you'll just have one team with all of the grubs, the other team with none of them, and it feels so bad to try and take these towers on the side lane when you are the team with 0 grubs. So QTE, they're going to be feeling that towards the late game. Wacky Wraiths will have no such problems. They will just be destroying towers with this team composition and those grubs.
Yeah, and you somehow have to stop them from doing that. You do have that amazing wave clearing ability on the Jace from such a far distance, where the blast it just does so much wave clear on the caster minions. So yes, it does have to be angled in such a way that you're going to be able to remove it. But then the missile barrage on Salil, so much range and safety is what we're looking at here, and a decent amount of wave clear. I will say now those minions are dying very quickly. Hold on a minute, the tornado is not going to connect. You got to be careful there. Salil just playing on the edge of that luck. And he does get away. Now, obviously, still has a flash. Don't really want to be using that if you don't have to, however. Makai just chilling there as Rakan is trying to secure himself some vision.
Okay,
however, as we know...
Gone.
Yes, now 4 seconds usually for the pink ward vision to actually disappear off of the fog of war. There's that nature's grab. Grand's entrance is going in. Is actually going to be disengaged very quickly with the tornado monsoon. Sorry, the rest of the team has now arrived. Makai is in trouble. A flash, flag and drag is no good, as there is no range on that one. Even Yusjin, who was engaged on initially in that mid lane, now has the flashback on, looking for a bit of action himself.
Yeah, they managed to get away with that one. Heiser coming down towards the bot lane manages to allow them to get out to safety, but as this Drake spawns, it's going to be Wacky Wraiths that have the priority. And Heiser trying to contest a little bit, but this Drake is certainly going to fall to the Wraiths. And a little bit of fun fact trivia. If you didn't know, control wards, they actually lose vision as soon as they're destroyed, which is a weird interaction. It's actually the normal wards that give a little bit of lingering vision. I have no idea why Riot has so many inconsistencies in their game.
I thought it was the pink wards.
No, it's the normal ones, I'm pretty sure.
So they linger. Right. Because my entire league career, I've been waiting 4 seconds once somebody removed that pink ward before I could engage back in, bro. Maybe from now on that will change. But I thought it was 4 seconds on one ward. Whichever one is gonna be just enough here. Speaking of the devil, another bit of vision being controlled down in the bot lane, and Elrat just playing with fire for now. He's gonna be absolutely fine. Still not a single death, even though he was so very close that one time around in this exact same area. So with these objectives now controlled, 1 each on the dragons. Now Herald is going to be spawning here very shortly. Makai already down and ready up in the top side here, and so is Jarvan slowly making his way. He's going to be spotted by the plant.
An interesting build choice here by SNCL, going for the Bloodthirster as opposed to something like the Trinity Force, which is oftentimes what you see from Corki, something along the lines of a Trinity Force. But the Bloodthirster instead implies you're going to be auto-attacking like more consistently, and also taking more poke that you want to heal up from. So we'll see if that can be used.
Yes, definitely. Oh, gotta be careful here. Ruben's trying to get into that one. Lightning rush right onto the Gwen, who's just gonna dash away. Gwen does have the TP as well as the flash. Sometimes a ghost is a much better summoner spell for the Gwen just to get in through those team fights and rush everybody down. That movement speed is not gonna be as good because of it. The Herald is half HP now. The Eye of the Herald has reduced that. Mel all the way down to the bot lane here, so this could be 4v5, and because of it, it looks like the Wraiths are going to give it up.
Yeah, TP down to the bot lane from Heiser. Has now completed the item. Oh, a nice grand entrance in the mid lane, but it won't find anything too much. And the lethality Jace is what we're going to be seeing here in the mid lane. The Youmuu's Ghostblade, like we mentioned before, no real tanks on the side of Wraiths. So the Youmuu's will have a nice time in this game. Next item will be that Manamune, and that's going to be a very good build. No tanks to cut through. The poke is going to hit massively inside of the late game, especially with Salil as well with the poking.
Ooh.
The Golden Eclipse
Looking for the...
taking DK low, but won't finish him off.
Yeah, Golden Eclipse is not going to do the trick here. Maybe a little bit too hopeful on that one, but it does reduce him very, very much so. And Jarvan just around the corner here, and the full jungle up and ready to be taken away. It looks like Makai is not going to take the Grump to his name. Now with Jace just around the corner, looks like he's going to be down in the bot lane, matching Mel's positioning. They're still fighting for the blue buff here. Markai's too low. They're going to have to give this one up.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice steal away from Wacky Raids. They're now 3,000 gold ahead of QTE, which is pretty damn good. That's what you want with this composition. They've got the Smolder. The late game scaling is there with the Gwen as well. And with a team composition like this, when you don't have the engage, it's just so good to get that advantage early, because it's going to be more difficult for the Wraiths to find the angles. But when they have that gold lead, it opens up more plays. You know, you can... Oftentimes, an engage that would just not work flat out if you were even in gold or behind, you can now pull off because of that gold lead. And that is going to certainly have to be something that QTE take into consideration. And they're really going to have to play these team fights via that poke. But Salil going for the mainly attack build with the Bloodthirster and those Berserker Greaves. So I'm not entirely sure, because that is much less poke than you would expect from something like a Triforce Mirror Mana. But yeah, so it's going to be more towards attacking and skirmishing and being up in the face of Wacky Raids.
Definitely, there's something brewing. Obviously, the dragon now up, the third dragon of the game here, considering two have been secured either side. Some vision is now the upmost focus here, as be careful, grand entrance going on to the right target, but no follow-up here. Obviously, with Makai having to be quite far away, this Nature's Grasp is gonna just serve as a disengaging. There's the Maelstrom, but is it enough? Jarvan's already dead. He was engaged on initially. His HP wasn't looking too healthy. This dragon has all of a sudden become a very good opportunity, but they're gonna pick up the cannon. Just like that. Ruben, where are you going? You know there's gonna be no possible way to really get any vision around there. The vision that did belong to the opposing team, and now it's a 4v4, so slightly better needlework coming out. DK does have to flash away. Grand entrance going to disengage. There's that Mercury hammer going right in, but going to be deleted just as fast as he wanted to do the same to El Rat. El Rat is not going to be too healthy for this team fight. Now with the summoners down as well as Monsoon, the plant will keep him a little bit better for the time being. Now, Jarvan is back. Are we going to get ourselves a re-engage? No, it's going to be a mid lane push instead.
Yeah, Ruben finds a nice engage with the Slicing Maelstrom. It's a good team fight at first. They make use of that team composition. They have a massive engage and Robbery falls, but then Ruben just goes a little bit too far and Detlef capitalizes and goes over that wall. And the needlework allows him to pick up even more in that extended fight. So it will be a 2-for-1 plus a Drake over to Wacky Wraiths, as a little bit of disrespect coming out from the top laner of QTE allows the Wraiths to turn that one on its head.
Ooh, that was quite an aggressive couple of minutes there around that dragon. Eventually, even though Jarvan died, it just did not go Quantum's way. It was looking so good for a moment, but obviously, like you've just mentioned, Ruben got a little bit too big for his own shoes there and had to pay the price. Now, down in the bot lane, we still got that lane swap. The Jace and Mel going up against each other. Gwen is immune. You gotta be careful there, as the lightning rush is gonna disengage Ruben away from any sort of danger. The danger might be coming Gwen's way now, with Maokai just around the corner. Nature's Grasp is available. Not going to be looking for any sort of scrap for now.
Yeah, I want to mention that there is quite a significant level disparity between these AD carries here. The Smolder just taking over to level 12. Selil already level 13. So, yeah, as Selil has been farming quite a decent amount, being in those lanes, collected that XP, it's going to be stronger for the moment. But about 180 stacks on Bjornar.
Ooh, coming right in there. The Needlework is going to come through. So is the Maelstrom. Is it enough? Yes, it is, with a Maokai around the corner. No flash for Detlef. There is the Nature's Grasp that he was looking for. You're running the... Hold on. One more auto attack here would have done it, but it's just so much CC. Not going to do the job. A good shutdown coming through for Quantum up in the top side. The rest of the team has arrived. The mom has missed. She needs to work on her aim, as Smolder is going to now take over the top side here, looking for a tower push.
Yeah, trying to get some more XP back on the table is Bjornar, trying to stop falling too far behind as we have a look at these individual gold leads across the board. Not too much anywhere except for paying attention to this jungle. The jungle of Wacky Wraiths, about 800 gold ahead. And then we have like 300 to 600 the rest of the way around the board. But that's to be expected. The Jarvan is, you know, that bruiser, able to farm these camps quicker. The Leandri's on Tel DK does mean that he can farm a little bit more efficiently, but choosing less to do that and more focus on other things. And obviously, Wacky Wraiths with the invades has been completely on point. So about 50 CS lead here for Robbery does mean that that gold lead is just expanding on this Jarvan. And that's definitely something that you want. There we go. As we were talking about the invades, blue buff once again stolen away. Tel DK
walking right into this
not
one.
looking too happy.
But is it going to be good for Quantum? No, it's not, because they will also very unaware of what lies ahead. It looks like a 3v2 is definitely going to send them packing. No summoners used, just the quickness to disengage here. So Rakan's going to have to wait for that one to go. Gwen is actually going to go in, but with the tower still up in the top side, Ruben is going to be very safe. Selil is looking for a Valkyrie flash engage. It's going to be respected by Butner. Mom's going to slow him down somewhat. The disengage is just enough to keep Smolder constantly in this game. 2-0-1. He is behind on levels 2 by the looks of it now. So Corki is making the most out of this advantage, especially with that engage. But is it going to be enough, considering we're now 24.5 minutes into this game and there are a few stacks already on this Smolder here? I'm interested to see how many.
Selil, well, I think it's closing on about 225. Yeah, 213 now. And Selil is still incredibly strong, despite the opposing AD carry being 201, still 100, 30 CS up on this Corki. And this is going to be your primary damage dealer in a lot of these fights. Bjornar, obviously on the Smolder, but once you reach 225 stacks, it isn't just game over. You obviously do have the extra true damage.
Going right in.
Oh
my god, so much damage coming out from Ruben. She's going to be CC'd, but it's not going to be enough. Just a slight positioning difference here. The mistake is punished. And now look at Detlef with all of that attack speed. Shrekking through that tower like it wasn't there in the first place. Absolutely annihilating that one. The dragon is now up. We got ourselves a potential soul point here. Definitely with the Gwen's TP shortly following up. Now, Ruben is going to have to wait 20 more seconds. It's not going to be enough. The dragon is very low. Good on Quantum for trying to actually shred it as much as they can, but they're re-engaging. This is not the right call here, especially in a 4v5. You know fully well your only chance was to get through that dragon as quickly as you did, but then that was given up. It's just going to be given over to the Wraiths here.
Yeah, Detlef stops pushing that topside tower, does invest the TP to get down towards that bot lane, but it does pay off. Soul point now for the Wraiths, and this is a pretty strong advantage you have for a composition like this. I'm looking at everyone, pretty much everyone, being incredibly strong on Wraiths, and Bjornar now ticking over to that 225 stacks is going to be able to do numbers in this team fight, especially with the rest of the team. Obviously, the Smolder and Mel, they don't have the greatest amount of synergy, as both of them do have the execute on towards their passives. Mel, technically not an execute, but pretty much acts as one. So, not the greatest in terms of synergy with the passives, but that Smolder passive will help the rest of the team once that damage is dealt. If that Q does land, it's just going to be curtains for QTE, and Wacky Raids trying to establish and expand their lead as the vision is now established around this Baron pit. Elrat already up there, securing all of that vision and doing 2 camps at once. It's going to reset a little bit.
he's doing all right, I believe. We could cut him some slack. He's definitely been doing quite a bit of farming this game, and I just want to say, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but Riot Games, the gold intake on jungle camps is just nowhere near the minions, right? Because he has such a huge advantage on the gold here, and when he was back speaking about the 800 gold difference between these champions, and I was looking at the mid lane, I was like, hold on a minute, so you're telling me 20 CS difference for the Jace and he's 600 CS ahead, and they haven't even changed their KDAs since then, so they're still looking at 1 assist and 2 assists respectively, and it's definitely probably for the better, since you can just farm away in the jungle and mind your own business, as Gwen is looking to do exactly that until she has had a bit of a change in mind, trying to bully Kennen out of his lane yet again. Ruben is struggling to pick up his last few minutes here in that top lane.
Yeah, the chain lace crushers coming through from Detlef. Those 500 gold now upgraded boots, thanks to the feats of strength, are pretty powerful. But Tell DK is going to get engaged on.
Drag. Tell DK with the blast cone taking Joven into a territory unknown here behind the enemy lines, but it's going to just be a disengage, just like that. Oh, beautiful. Route onto Rakan, not enough damage. Mel is definitely a little bit behind on, I don't want to say behind, but I've seen Gwen's at this point one-shot people, and without a single kill, that may be quite difficult, especially on that Rakan, just being picked and walks away. He's absolutely fine. So there is scaling happening. 30 minutes into this game, only 6 games on board. I thought we had, to be honest, the way this game is going, it's so busy. These guys definitely know how to mitigate as much of the damage as possible in these team fights without giving away too many kills and advantages.
Yeah, a lot of picks here looked for, and a lot of good engages, but a lot of good disengages coming through as well. But now is where we're going to see the real engage as the Atakan started up for Wacky Wraiths. Teleport invested into the mid lane from Detlef, and DK making their way over, but it's going to be quite late. The
Oh my god, the
Atakan already
damage
dropping
is
pretty low.
huge! Detlef, where did you go? As Corky's just landed a few. Missile barrages, just a quick auto attack. Sorry, you're dead. I don't even want to say if Rakan did anything there apart from the grand entrance. I guess that was enough. That is a dead Gwen. I was not expecting for that to happen so quickly, but it's a good trade. A Gwen dying in the mid lane, not really necessarily for her to do so. It's not like there's a tower there to defend in the first place, but an Atakan will be picked up. Nature's Grasp is gonna pick up on just the one Jarvan, who's the tankiest member. Monsoon flashing away from the Mercury. Sky is now gonna be disengaged. Ruben, where are you going? Nowhere. Back to your base. Great little re-engage there. Somehow they're able to turn it around.
Yeah, they managed to find the pick onto Detlef in the mid lane, but they try and look for the engage, does QTE, but now the Smolder with the stacks tells DK has to use the passive to try and heal up a little bit. I think overall, Wacky Wraiths looking like they're in a pretty good position. Detlef obviously falling, but it does secure the raids, the Atakan.
Ooh,
now Haze dropping low, Golden Eclipse. And Butner flapping over the wall.
There's the Q. Now, this is going to be a game of be aware. Be weary of the Smolder. From that very mid lane skirmish, where Smolder does that to a tank, this entire game has just gone from we're going to engage to we're going to respect the Smolder. Another Nature's Grasp going right in, going to be turned around. Only two of those as so many members going down. Daxon tried to engage on that one. Is going to be okay until the needlework maybe do the work that it needs. Not going to be enough. Again, Raves just outperforming every single step of the way, gonna be able to do what they need to secure themselves this Soul Drake as well.
It was looking pretty even in the early game. The team fighting has just got slowly more and more in the favor of the raids. The damage is now coming through. Usajin just picked up that Rabadon's death cap. Detlef also got the same, and now 3 items onto Butner. It's just every member is so strong on Wacky Wraiths, and now if QTE they look for the engage, they just get out DPS'd by WW, and this is the point in the game that you wanted to see. Post 30 minutes, the Smolder has scaled, the Mel still doing crazy damage, the Gwen scaled, and Wacky Wraiths are taking it home inside of these team fights.
Yeah, that's just the trouble, because what we have on Quantum is a very, very good early to mid game, but they just didn't execute on it, man. They had everything they needed in order to do so, but even up in the top side, this Gwen was playing like she's in late game from the get-go, and obviously Kennen, I guess, respecting the idea and the damage of the Gwen in the late game a little bit too soon into the game, now has to pay the price. Selil does have that wave clear that we did speak about. Now remember, this is going to be a little bit harder as the game goes on to control these waves, especially with 5 members rushing in for those towers. But for now, it's going to be just enough to secure some pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the Serpent's Fang coming through from Heiser, but it's not going to be enough at this point. Obviously, the shield's coming through from Janna, and also that Seras on Usajin will be mitigated slightly. A little bit diminished thanks to that Serpent's Fang, and it's good when you have the poke to try and get rid of those shields like that does right there, but I think it might just be too little too late. I mean, they need to play these team fights very well with the poke,
He just gets a nice little root there. Is
Oh,
it
golden
a
eclipse.
dead? Oh, I was looking for a smolder stack Q, but you don't need now with the so much marking going on. There's more of it, and there's a double kill for that Mel that we just spoke about. Where are your kills in a game like this? They're gonna be coming your way very soon. Jana perhaps went on the other side of where she wanted to go, but she's now gonna be able to disengage, and that's a deleted tree, and so is Selil, the only member that perhaps was able to stop any sort of advantage from the Wacky Wraiths here. No more. He's down, first death and a first Baron.
That might be the least tanky Maokai I have ever seen in my entire life. The Liandry's into the Locket and the Aegis of the Legion building what I presume is going to be into that unending despair, but none of these items really give you anything in the way of resistances.
No.
Like 25 armor and MR on that Locket, like a little bit of health on the Liandry's, and the unending spare once again, I think 25 in terms of that armor and MR. So that's not a tanky Maokai by any means. That Maokai just absolutely blowing to smithereens you saw in that last fight. Manages to get it in the Nature's Grasp, but Mom comes down and tells him to go do his homework or something. I don't know. He just left. Yeah, 148 armor, 100 magic resist, and that's a tank Maokai. You see about that much MR and armor on like a level 18 ADC at this point, and this guy has 2 tank items and a bruiser item. It's a very weak Maokai, as he once again shows us how weak he is by being pushed out of his own jungle, and
Oh no.
Wacky Raids are gonna march into their base.
Absolutely ruining this guy's reputation here. Maybe perhaps he's going to be able to somehow reclaim it, but then again, he's just dying. Where is his HP? Monsoon is going to disengage that team fight. There's the slicing. Maelstrom, quite a bit of damage coming through. So many dead members, but it's just not the team that is looking for any sort of advantage here. That's going to be a dead Ruben. Unlucky on that one. They tried with the only tanky member having to run away the minute one ability hits him. It's perhaps not going to be the game for them. Now again, this is only game 1, ladies and gents, and with style, this is gonna be a Wacky Wraiths game going over to them in his best of 5 series.
Yeah, that game, it went from even, well, somewhat favored towards Wacky Raids over, and it just ended so incredibly quickly. And, well, yeah, that was one hell of a game. And our analyst desk will be sure to tell you more about that here right now.
Yeah, and we're back with the analyst desk. Thank you very much to Domain and Trio for this wonderful cast of Game 1. Casemates, how are you doing after this first game?
I mean, what a game. It's like everything. Maybe I'm a bit biased here because former Wacky Race member, but they played it out so well. Like, at minute 30, it was in terms of kills, it was like 4-2 for Wacky Waves. Even if it would have been the other way around, it was like a 2k goals difference. It's so huge for the team comp of Wacky Waves with the Gwen scaling and the Smolder just stacking up. They they just got Quantum Infinity to like a hold in terms of tempo. They could just scale up, and yeah, you've seen what happened in the late game. Even if in the last team fight, the cannon landed like a huge ultimate, and QTE had no chance of winning that fight.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I mean, that's exactly what I said for the games. I said if a team tries to challenge Wacky Breath on the late game scaling part, which they didn't even draft, but they played like it. They played like they want to scale, they want to wait, and they just lose. And not just the draft difference, but also the difference in experience when you have those late game comps. I felt like QTE was not moving that well in the last 10 minutes. So yeah, I actually think QTE needs to adapt. They need to decide to go more for an aggressive early comp, something that can snowball hard. They need to challenge the scaling, and I think they need to ban the Smolder out.
Yeah, I think so too. In this, I think you can, in theory, play around the Smolder and just like put pressure on him and like try to put him behind and stuff. Like even on the first gank from Robbery, they managed to get away and stuff, and they didn't even get a kill. So in theory, if the enemy jungler is there to counter gank, you can punish them, be like hugely for overstepping there. I think there's options to play against the Smolder. I would actually put my focus on another kind of champion that Wacky has drafted, the Gwen. In the days leading up to this final, actually, I already talked about this champion with the members of Wacky Raves, and this champion just has so little weaknesses, you know. You can split push. You have huge team fighting potential with your AoE ultimate. You're good against tanks. You're good against range champions with your Hollowed Mist ability that just makes you immune. Like everyone likes to joke about Gwen's immune. Uh, it's so hard to play around this champion, and you can just, at least in this game, you could just put so much pressure on the side lane. Also with the free grabs taken in the early game. Yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like the priorities from QT were not that good considering the team comp. I felt like they did some good things early. Like you had the first small lead that they got for the Corki. Of course, the first blood went to Smolder, but Corki was stronger. But they didn't really use the Corki. They got a mid tower, yes. They got like one Drake, fine, but they didn't get that much else. Like it was just they were not pushing to their limits. I feel like if you're playing against Gwen, against Mel, against Smolder, against such a late game comp, especially late game comp that didn't even have a good front line, you had the Jarvan and that's it. Um, I think you just need to be way more aggressive. You need to contest everything and just throw everything in the ring, because if you don't win the early game and the mid game that hard that you can win the game, you will lose. And that's what basically happened here. They just didn't push enough. And then, I mean, the last fights were not close. They were not close. Even with a 4-man cannon ult, it wasn't close.
Yeah, for sure. I think one point that I would like to talk about, the Corki item build. The Bloodthirster into just straight up crit. The more of the like ADC Corki build, not like the traditional 24's Manamune poke build. At first, as I saw the team comp of QTE, I was kind of convinced, oh yeah, they're just having like two poke champions, and then they have like this underlying wombo combo with the Maokai, Kennen, and Rakan to just finish off the job. And I think that was a kind of okay plan. I think that could work out if you manage to get a lead in the early game and don't let Wacky Refs scale into the late game. But then the Corki build, this item build, and actually I think this item build is pretty strong if you can like heavy auto attack and team fights and stuff. But that just wasn't the way they played. The Corki was really strong, and like you talked about, they didn't play around it, and I think the team count wasn't built around this kind of playstyle for Corki. I think the Corki was really strong. If you have more of a team comp that supports this kind of playstyle for the Corki, I think you could be at least in a way better spot. Of course, you have to change around some stuff in the draft. Maybe ban a few champions that worked really great for the Wacky Raves in this game. But I think there is something here that you can work around.
Yeah, and I mean, you just mentioned the Corki was strong. We saw that one catch on the mid lane where Detlef on the Gwen, he was just farming the mid wave and Corki deleted him.
Yeah.
So there was a potential, but let's go over to the next game. What is an adaptation that we want to see from each team? I will start with QTE, and then you can tell me something for Wacky Press. For QTE, I want the Smolder to be banned out, and I want more aggressive early game. I want them to pick something that is strong early, and I want them to commit to it. I don't want them to just pick it and then chill for 30 minutes and lose. I want them to just hammer down mid lane, hammer down bot lane, just go for everything that you can. You don't need to contest every single thing, but most of it. And I feel like that is the way to beat Wacky Wraiths. Just don't let them play their game, which is hyperscaling.
For sure. I think on the side of Wacky Wraiths, they should focus on the points that they did really great this game. Like they set the Maokai like 100 CS behind in the jungle. Okay, they really smartly played around the invades with multiple members. Didn't let the Maokai farm up. He was just like paper to anybody. So if you manage to concentrate on that part, maybe like tilt the enemy jungler a little bit. I know it's kind of dirty, but like after this kind of
I want
performance,
to
it's
interrupt you, Case Mates, but we
Yeah.
are going into draft, which means we're going back to the main end trio. So bye from me, bye from Case Mates, and
Bye-bye.
back to the two casters.
Welcome back. And here we are as we speak. The draft is already underway. Of course, here, a couple of bans on either side. Make that 3. Respecting that smolder by the looks of it, but that I don't think was the entire issue here, Trio. And the analyst desk has done a beautiful job of breaking that one down. It was just not punishing this hyper-scaling team comp in the early stages of the game. What are we going to see this time round?
Yeah, well, the smolder's been banned away. Obviously, like you said, it wasn't like the be all and end all, but it did put in some serious work here, and some other bans targeting the more popular champions of Wacky Rays. Ezreal Amumu is Amumu's going to be the hover. Ezreal already locked into that Tristana, does have the safety, but both of these champions wanting to be more on the aggressive side, less of a sit back and scale bot lane than we saw in the last game. And there is the Amumu locked in. So some really good lockdown. And Jin Zhao is going to be the response. And QTE, they lost that last game. So they elect to be on the red side again in this game, trying to go for that last pick. And I mean, if it works once, try it again. They lock in the Gwen towards that top side once again. And QTE, they're going to have to find a way of punishing it this time. Now, early they know with that Jin Zhao locked in that it will be the Gwen in the top lane. So they can sort of think about what they want to counter it with, and it's going to be the Pantheon. So it's going to be answered by that Pantheon, another champion excelling in that early game, trying to stop this Gwen from getting ahead and doing what she did in the last game. We'll see if that is going to work out in their advantage, but they don't have too much in the way of that hyperscaling like the Smolder last time. This time it's the Tristana in the bot lane, and we'll see what support that's paired up with soon.
Pantheon into the Gwen. I mean, you do have that instant point and click CC. You get right into the close and personal side of it. Perhaps that's not what Gwen wants to see, especially in the laning phase. The later the game goes on, I don't see the Pantheon having that much of a good time. But again, we need to capitalize on punishing her in the laning phase here this time round with the Pantheon. So I see it working out, definitely. We've got some more of a plan here, more aggressive, more melee. Those 3 picks either side are now locked in, looking at 4 bans, prioritizing those supports, not changing the supports on the side of the Wacky Raves, with the Nautilus and Copper being the same. Yes, sir. We got Neferi. Love to see it. I've only recently had the pleasure to play into a Neferi and realizing that she actually is. Yeah, just to say that, but not really. She's now a whole different champion. I played Shen. I tried to use E, and I'm like, wait, why didn't it connect? Wait, she's level 3. I thought that was a level 6 invulnerability. It's not. It's an every single time. And it gets resets, which is actually quite a fun champion to play nowadays. Now, Fury is locked in. So is the Poppy. Love to see it, man. But Poppy is going to do quite well into the dog here. So perhaps quite a good counter pick on the side of WW.
Yeah, very good able to mitigate a lot of these dashes. Arcane Shift, not one of them, but the Steadfast Presence can block everything else. The Bandage Toss, the Shield Vault, and the Hound's Pursuit can all be stopped in their tracks by this Poppy in towards the bot lane. And the Mel, a pick up once again. It worked out in the first game, as did the Gwen. So now we have, once again, these double AP solo laners. And we'll see if Amumu makes probably what I would say is the more correct decision of prioritizing a bit more into the defensive side. But Amumu, definitely a champion that does like to go for that Liandry's first. So I imagine that might be what we're seeing. The Braum is what is going to be here for the support of QTE. It's good into the engage of the Tristana. It's more difficult for you to jump forwards into a Braum, as you'll just get smacked by the Winter's Bite, the Glacial Fissure, and completely unable to move. So a good support to pair alongside this Ezreal. Also the Ezreal Q, able to proc that passive from afar with the Mystic Shot. So once again, interesting drafts. We see a lot of champions reused on the side of Wacky Wraiths, that being the Gwen and the Mel, and the Xin Zhao, another more brawly early game jungler to go alongside them. But here, instead, I'm thinking about this Pantheon in the top lane. The Pantheon into the Gwen should just be able to beat her up early on, because Gwen, I mean, early, she's not all that tanky. Pantheon, very good at abusing you early game. And Gwen, very much a champion that wants to be abused early game if you're planning on winning into her.
Certainly is. And that's going to be your 5v5 lineup and the champions here across the board. Let's see, what are we looking at again? There is that extremely good early game on Quantum, especially on that Neferi, who once gets going, it's very hard to stop her from doing the exact same thing for the rest of the game. Pantheon, nice little follow-up into these team fights, and it's just gonna have to be executed. I like the Braum with the Ezreal here, gonna be able to give that extra bit of CC, the Glacial Fissure, whatnot. That's just gonna do so much, especially with the Amumu. There's a lot of good engage here that I want to see executed on the side of Wacky Wraiths. The difference being the Tristana down in the bot lane. We've got familiar faces, of course, with Mel and Gwen. Xin Zhao, how does that go into an Amumu? I wonder. Is it more of a farm until I get a bit of an advantage? Maybe a potential jungle invade just to counter the Amumu here, who does get, of course, a little bit stronger, as tanks do, the later the game goes on. So perhaps want to be punishing him in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, Amumu isn't, I mean, Xin Zhao, a very strong skirmishing champion. Amumu isn't exactly an early game slouch, but Xin Zhao should certainly be able to take the lead inside of that early game. Once Amumu hits level 6, those ganks start becoming incredibly potent with access to the Curse of the Sad Mummy. But Xin Zhao, in those early levels, should have the advantage if those junglers do come across each other in perhaps a fight for the scuttle or something like an early dragon skirmish. And the Neferi, like you said, it's going to be the mid lane Neferi. Neferi primarily seen these days as a jungle champion, but currently going to be played towards that mid lane as we have the Amumu in the jungle. So I can see this Neferi able to get priority in those early levels, but the poke from the Mel will be pretty strong towards that late game. So once again, the onus is on QTE to find the big engages, to find the big plays. Amumu going in with the Bandage Toss. Obviously, the Grand Starfall coming out from Pantheon is going to be something that you want to see, just like diving in towards one of these priority targets. Like if you can find a Tristana and you've got the follow-up with the Hound's Pursuit coming out from that Neferi, you can certainly blow someone up, but the execution's on them to find these picks. And the picks are certainly more difficult to find in this game with this team composition.
I'm just looking out over Waggy Raves here. They do have a nice variety of damage. You've got a lot of AP, a lot of AD. Now I look over to Quantum, and I don't see the same of that. Sure, you got the Braum passive, perhaps being able to do a bit of damage with the AP, a Mumu, but it's going to be outscaled shortly. So you're going to have to do as much work as you can. I do like the idea of Braum and a Mumu because when it came to the last game, Quantum really didn't have a bad start when it comes to the objective control. They secured one dragon, one herald. They were able to do so without any trouble. They did, however, of course, lose out on those 3 grubs. This time around with the Braum and a Mumu, the synergy between these 2 champs, you can't move. You really can't. As soon as they start attacking you, you are locked down. And if you are the target, you are moving back to the fountain here. So for those Void grubs, I am expecting this time around for Quantum to put some pressure on that side of the map. If they are looking to switch it around. Of course, Gwen is back on the menu here, guys, and it hurts with those towers, especially with Tristana and Zinzao now backing her up in these pushes here. So, gonna have to make some sort of definitive scaling opportunities or, just roaming in general.
Yeah. And I mean, Wacky Raids, once again, they've got a lot of good disengage, arguably even more this game. The Tristana rocket jump and the Buster shot able to peel not only for herself, but for her team as well. Jinzhao obviously has the Crescent Guard. Gwen, Hallowed Mist. Poppy, the Keeper's Verdict is just going to be so crucial in when Pantheon or a Mumu or Neferi even engage on you. If you can knock them away with that Keeper's Verdict, it's massive. And Mel obviously has the rebuttal. So in this game, I would probably say, with the way that QTE want to play, I would give the advantage in draft over to Wacky Rays. I think their composition this time is more well-rounded. They've got, sure, maybe they won't have the biggest in terms of winning lanes. In terms of the early game, QTE is probably going to win out on those lanes. But inside of team fights, I really like what Wacky Raids have drafted up. If they don't manage to fall too far behind, I don't see a lot of ways for QTE to find good engages onto this roster of Wacky Raids. There's really no one that you can try and commit everything into without just having someone smack a note button in your face and send you packing back to your fountain.
Mm-hmm. That's a very good point. So you've got a nice opportunity to obviously disengage, re-engage, stop engaging, and just do a better job at doing it yourself. The Poppy's got all of that in her very good appealing and engaging arsenal of an ability across the board. With that said, we're shortly going to be going into our second game now, and it's definitely going to be the first few minutes that all eyes are going to be on the Rift here, and especially for me on Quantum, because I want to see how much they've really been able to learn from the last game here, and how much are they going to be putting that work in onto the Summoner's Rift here. As we get ourselves ready, all of these players are running down into their respective positions and looking for some information across the map.
Yeah, as we saw in the last game, I wonder if we're going to see a similar ward as last time. We have Hayes there, ready to kind of spot out Robbery if he goes for the same ward as he did the last time. And we've got a pause. It's a very short pause. I'm not sure what that pause was about, but we are now out of the pause, and
Break. That's all
everyone's still standing still. It's a what now?
You haven't heard of a sneeze break, brother?
I have not heard of a sneeze break.
Now, this is a grand finals. You have to be focused. 1 second could matter a award that you can't see being placed, and then you can't get the +5 gold, right? These things matter. It matters. And there's that pause after the pause, which will take us right back into this game. I want to see this Amumu really taking a nice little... I think we've got some ghosting going on here. That was just a straight up Q into auto attack. I know exactly where you are. We're gonna take that one over. I'm sure the positioning was just cold out from the positioning of the bush there. Good damage coming onto the Poppy, especially for a very aggressive laner in the bot lane.
Q plus 2 auto attacks gonna proc that PTA. And Poppy gonna stroll up to lane with about minus 50 HP or something. It's gonna be the one taking most of the brunt of these trades. Obviously, the Ezreal and the Braum will be outranging the Tristana and especially the Poppy in these trades. And especially if you can connect a Winter's Bite through the minions like that, it's going to be very difficult for Tristana and Poppy to find anything here in this early game. Poppy isn't the greatest support in terms of laning phase, right? There's not much in the way of I can engage onto you. You've got the slam into the wall, but you have to be behind someone or at least position them against the wall if you want to get that in. So if an Ezreal and a Braum can keep you at range, there's pretty much nothing you can do. But where Poppy really excels is roaming around the map. If you can be at the Grubs, at the Drake, in the mid lane, you can make a lot of impact. So I can see Usajin and Elrat or Robbery teaming up and trying to find these nice plays across the map. And that's where Poppy excels, when she can come from out of vision and perhaps hex flashing over a wall as opposed to in lane.
Ooh, Call of the Pack here has been used to try and dodge something. It's not going to be enough, as quite a decent trade coming out from both of them. Eugene, of course, with the range, is going to be able to poke Hayes down as he backs away on this Neferi in the mid lane. Running out of mana already. You're going to have to be careful. Now, with the top side, a bit of a reverse situation here with Pantheon. Ruben now with a CS advantage and shoving in that wave as much as he can. Not quite going to be able to crash it. It looks like Gwen is just going to hard shove it out. Both of the junglers. Xin is now going to be walking right into a mirror side jungle, Mumu, who seems to be aware of his starting position and he wants to get ahead on going for that other crab. That is going to be a rocket jump over the wall here. Of course, Robbery just around the corner here on the Xin is going to be able to support him just in case that skirmish gets out of hand. The Igniter is going through a couple of auto attacks, maybe a flash. There's the Van. No, not like this. The first blood on the tower dive going sideways, giving a Gwen a first kill of the game.
Wow, I'm not entirely sure what to say about that. The flash forward from Ruben, the Aegis Assault, it's a big fat juicy shield, but it doesn't protect you from the tower, and it also doesn't do that much damage when you slam it. And not having the Comet Spear means that dive was pretty much never gonna work out.
Wait
and Ruben
a minute.
throws away the flash, the ignite.
It's round two here. It's gonna be re-engaged. A massive wave here to have to deal with, as well as that Gwen, who is trying to make the most out of this positioning. The Q is coming through. A lot of damage going on to the Mumu. It's not going to be enough. Good follow-up. That's exactly what they need to do here. Quantum capitalizes on no flash. Actually, she did have a flash, and it's gonna be punished. Great bandage toss to disengage that out of the blue. Xin Zhao.
Yeah, that's
He's in trouble
perfect. Robbery has to flash over a wall.
Oh my. There's Ruben with that scumbag. Darkin Blades going in and grabbing that first kill onto the Neferi. It's gonna make her quite strong here with those, constantly throwing out those daggers with a pickaxe already in the mid lane. It's going to be quite nice to deal with this Mel. A bit of a fight happening here. The level 6 already used. Hound Pursuit has got to probably not do that much damage at this point. Initially, it's just a follow-up ability that you want to sort of be chasing with, but with the tower just around the corner, Eugene gets out safely.
Yeah. And I also want to mention in the top lane, I think Tel DK making that play up towards that top side and getting Ruben that kill and that assist as well onto Robbery is pretty damn pivotal. As a Pantheon, you just really don't want to be falling behind. You kind of have to get that lead. You have to snowball that lead. And that's how Pantheon wins a lot of these matchups that he's good into. The Gwen, the Gnar, for example. If you get ahead early, which you should be able to do, you're very strong. But if you fall behind, you can't do anything. As Elrat gets stunned up.
Run, because there's an Amumu coming your way, and now you're stuck. The Winter's Bite is not going to connect. The good flash, but now that's a 5-minute cooldown. And honestly, I'm going to take everything I said back about the Poppy in the laning phase. Atrocious. Absolutely not what I was expecting. Just not having the best of times. Zinzao just around the corner here as the dragon has now spawned. It looks like we might get ourselves a dragon for dragon fight. He is going to walk through without being noticed by anything. Daxon is absolutely unaware. Going to jump right to the Ezreal to disengage with this one.
Yeah, Drake is up now, and we're going to see if either team wants to start it, as the bot lane of QTE are going to take another quick reset. But Poppy making their way to the top side to try and get this advantage back into
Needlework. There it is. Good roam from Elrat here, giving the advantage to the person that needs it the most. Skyfall, just like that, takes him out of that equation. That's a beautiful disengage there. Really good use considering all of the CC has been used.
I mean, fantastic play, waiting for all of the CC, like you said, and then just channeling up that ultimate and getting right back out of there. We'll lose a wave in the process, and that ultimate, which does have an incredibly long cooldown of 3 minutes at level 1. So it will be another 3 minutes, and the grubs will go over to WW off of the back of that play, as Ruben not there to try and contest. Neither is Tel DK. So yeah, Ruben does manage to leave, but the big thing to note is that ult's going to be on cooldown for another about 2 minutes. So Ruben can't really impact the map too much, and doesn't have a TP, obviously, so won't be able to use that Grand Starfall to get back to the lane.
With Poppy just about around the map here, that's the rocket jump and a flash alongside the ultimate to get Hayes back into the tower. Almost actually got a kill out of that one. He has to respect it with a flash of his own. Now Houston is just around the corner. That is the call of the pack who's going to make him invulnerable. And just not enough. He's going to go down, walking right into 4 members of Quantum, who got themselves a lead. Almost 1,000 gold here for the entire team, as most of that money is sitting in the top side, especially on the Gwen on the side of WW. Now a 2v1. Ruben cannot get a break. Good flash. Zinzao can't follow through with more damage because of it. He's going to have to respect these ganks, because now without a flash and Grand Starfall, he might be in trouble.
And I mean, I think this is the wrong team. You want your team to be helping you get a lead on the Pantheon, but instead it's the Pantheon who's falling behind. Robbery and Elrat both forcing big, long cooldowns out of Ruben. The Grand Starfall only just now coming back up, and the Flash on cooldown for about another 4.5 minutes means that this is a very abusable Pantheon, and that's the wrong champion. You want to be getting ahead on the Pantheon.
Charge.
Meanwhile,
into Slil, and now he's in trouble. Nice use of the concussive blows here. Gonna have the Poppy very low. Now, of course, with a shoving Tristana, it might not be necessary. Hold on a minute. Winter's Bite. There's the Keeper's Verdict, just to ensure nothing else comes through. Zin's gonna actually gank through the lane. No, he's not. Call of the Pack is gonna disengage that one.
And once again, nothing ever happens. Around the map, some engages, but Tristana able to disengage with the rocket jump, and pretty much the only kills that have happened so far have been up towards this top side, and then when Usajin got caught out a little bit, but recalls coming through. Elrat unable to do anything there. Has now got the flashback, but was trying to, I believe, trying to flash there.
Gwen is immune. But another bandage toss is available. There's that flash side of Curse of the Mummy. Gonna take another third bandage. Where's the bandage? I didn't see it, but I don't need it because a beautiful Aegis stun alongside the Comet Spear. I'm getting there, Frio. I'm getting there. Doing a bit of work here. He's gonna be able. Ruben is gonna be able to get himself some nice push and a good few plates, really necessary here. Already got that Warhammer as Braum is being picked up on his side of the jungle, so he should be absolutely fine. He's going to go back up in the top side. Let's see what this Pantheon does pick up here. Looks like the Eclipse is on the way.
Yes, certainly very close to that Eclipse with that kill pickup there. Detlef probably could have escaped if he just walked away, but he walks up and connects that needlework. And the... Oh, no. Here is another gank from Elrat.
He's everywhere.
He's
trying to make it work.
Just far enough away from the wall.
Oh,
and now
the
Swords going to be turned back around.
There is an engage and disengage. Great poppy pickup. Honestly, this entire game is going to be so difficult to get a hold of anybody, especially with Hayes' sort of way of how he wants to play out these team fights. Hound Pursuit is just going to be denied each time for as long as Poppy's around. So he's going to have to somehow put that into his calculations here. With that said, this mid lane is quite busy. Braum now looking for something. I don't think they're going to get much out of this one. So instead, a True Shot Barrage running down the mid lane, going to stop the game. Right.
Pause right before that True Shot Barrage will end. So I feel like if you don't react to this one in time, you've got however long. I think you can. I think I might just about be on the edge of the vision range there. But maybe, I think right? if it's out of vision, you might get the shock of your life when you unpause the game and a True Shot Barrage immediately smacks you across the face.
I'm just really
about on the edge of vision there.
Okay, so he doesn't know much about it. I don't think unless he's like looking over that side.
Yeah, it's visible. It's just about visible.
Only the darkened daggers here, really. So I don't think there is a kill potential, but it could be.
Yeah, I highly doubt it because you don't have that Hound's Pursuit onto Hayes, so can't follow up onto Usajin, and obviously I'm imagining the rebuttal is probably held. So even if you do try and go in, it will probably just be you dying to the tower. So as funny as this looks, it's not going to result in anything.
It's just very playing around with our emotions is what it's doing. This pause couldn't get any funnier. Let's break it down. Let's see these items.
Yeah, I want to talk about this top lane specifically because there was a lot of attention. Oh, there it is. The True Shot Barrage does connect, but the top lane, I mean, Wraiths have put a lot of effort into stopping Ruben, and then one gank from Tel DK, and they turn it around. They pick up a kill onto Detlef. I mean, Ruben had a lot of rough times, was even down in levels on the
pause after the pause, but I'm sure at this point there's been a quite good engage. We got Robbery just around the corner. Daxon, without any vision there, he's going to be able to sort of come out and support Hayes. Obviously, a Rat just around the corner. You got to be careful. Call of the Pack is going to get him out of trouble. These pauses, man.
There it is. These pauses, indeed. I'm not entirely... I have no idea what the pauses are for. But
the perfect times, really.
that was a very, very perfect time to pause. But yeah, as I was mentioning, Ruben somehow is doing incredibly well. I remember Ruben was down in levels earlier on, down CS, has managed to catch up, is now ahead in levels. And it's going to get 3-man dove here, it looks like, on this next wave. Daxon making their way over, but the Drake will be secured. And Ruben does have the Grand Starfall to leave. Daxon is there.
Okay, Daxon. Oh, is this good enough timing? There's the Glacial Fissure available. He's going to use it, but not quickly enough because he was trying to first use that shield on his ally, and it's just not going to be enough. Too much damage coming out from a 3-man gank. Next is going to go down the tower here. The first tower of the game has indeed been secured. Now that's a 1-for-1 feats of strength either side, with, of course, those first 3 kills going over to our team here, Quantum. They're gonna have to battle it out for the upgrade of the booties at some point with the next couple of objectives.
Yeah. Now, 2 points towards that feat of monster slaying for QTE. Only 1 in terms of the grubs available, but Mel is going to pull herself
I've
with
seen
the
that
bandage
before.
toss.
It's like a Blitzcrank reversed. Good little follow-up from El Rat. Just not enough there. He's going to go down. Mel gets grabbed by the Mumu. That's a funny interaction, to be honest. With the Herald now spawning and Mel down, this is going to be a focus up in the topside river, and with Neferi, Braum, Pantheon around the corner as well, I'm sure they won't have no trouble securing that one for themselves. Down in the bot lane, however, you got the Ezreal, right? He's by himself, so you got to be careful.
He is very safe at farming. We'll be able to stay out of the range of that heroic charge. But yeah, there it is. There is that going to be that feat of monster slaying, and now the upgraded boots picked up, and now here's a 3-man dive on the other side.
Yeah, there is. Mel is very far away. There is going to be a very quick engage here. However, the rest of the team... I mean, he gets executed, but at what cost here? As the rest of the flash over there. Winter's Bite. Hold on a minute. Tis a master
no
Fisher goes wide. And now the rest of WW have arrived. Is there going to be a team fight brewing here? What was that? They do secure the tower.
Everything. I don't even know how it happened. Dodged away from every skill shot. The Darkened Daggers missed. The Bandage Toss missed. Ruben walked under the tower and died. I think it was reset because of the call of the pack. Hayes walked in before the Herald crashed. Just a little bit more patience, and that is 100% a kill picked up for QTE. Instead, they execute their top laner and pick up nothing but the tower, which was already 1 HP in response. And you are not going to be feeling too good about that one. Using the Herald to try and get a dive, and it only gets a really low health tower. And the XP from Ruben didn't get the gold, obviously, because it was an execute. But Detlef still in XP range, and once again has taken the lead over Ruben in terms of the XP. Has the level 2
needlework available here, so it's just going to be a back and forth trade. Nice Q, so much damage coming out there. Comet is spearing away. Actually, hold on, the damage is coming through. One more charge. Is he going to hit it? Nope. That one's going to go wide. Not even a dodge. He almost dives into it. It's not going to happen. True Shot Barrage goes wide as well across the map there. And for now, Detlef lives. Even though he's not had the best of games so far, he's actually all right. Up in the bot lane, Hayes is going to go nowhere apart from his own base. It's surely going to be following through. El Rat is going to be stunned away here. Butner is doing quite a bit of damage, but he's got to be careful because there he is. He's going to go down. That's a beautiful Glacial Fisher going to disengage some sort of a power here as the Bandage Toss does connect onto Tristana, who nearly snuck away with that one. Ruben's getting very low. So is Robery. He's going to be stunned, but only the Braum to do the rest of the damage here. Yushin is going to grab himself a double kill in the midst of all of that. Detlef is just going to shove in the mid lane and get more power on this map.
How on earth did Wraiths win that fight? I don't know if you noticed, but at the beginning of that fight, the explosive charge was stacked up onto Hayes, who had to burn the flash to get away, and Butner uses the knockback from the Buster Shot onto a dog. It hit onto one of the Neferi dogs and did absolutely 0 damage, and they still won the fight.
Oh no, I didn't even see that. The good eyes there. Ooh, that maybe could have been the turn of the tides. Well, not really. If anything, it would have made it even worse. But really, third dragon, 2 secured, and Quantum was ahead. Not anymore. Rad is looking for an engage rocket jump right into Selil, but Braum just around the corner. Got to be able to support his ADC as supports do best here. Couple of daggers flying through True Shot Barrage. Also going to connect onto Yushin. Got to reduce his HP by about 10%. There's an Neferi down there looking for an engage as well. Oh no, Selil, can you disengage this one? No, you can't. You got way too close. Detlef is 2v1ing, not for too long, as he gets also down by the rest of the Quantum squad here. So 2-4-1, and it looks like they're just going to be giving up that first dragon for WW.
This game has turned on its head pretty damn quickly. Like I said, I think in the draft, early games should go the way of QTE, but as soon as we get into these team fights, as we see Robbery looking for even more here, Tell DK has to retreat under the tower. It's just massacre after massacre for the Wraiths. They managed to pick up the first team fight, then the Drake spawns, and then there's another fight around that. They get the next team fight, and now they're on the board with their first Cloud Drake of the game.
Butner is getting strong, man. He's definitely picking up quite a bit of gold here in these team fights and the lane pushes here. He's going to be able to reset and finish off that BF sword. Maybe, perhaps. Yes, he does. Infinity Edge has been locked in. That's going to give him so much more damage in these team fights, especially now that the Atakan has spawned. All of the eyes up in the top side here with Braum and Poppy already dropping down some sort of vision. The presence is here. Moo, got to be careful. You're once again not running the tankiest of builds on this tank. However, you are 3-0-5, so having a much better game this time round on Tell DK. Obviously, with everything that has happened so far, this game is slowly being put onto the plate of WW, who's having a good time. Gwen is going to disengage that one in the bot lane, and Zalil is going to have to just arcane shift away, flash in second, him into the Tristana, doing so much damage.
That was magnificently played by Elrat. The flash behind to get the stun and the shove into Butner. Picks up another kill onto Selil. Almost got out with the arcane shift, but not quite. And the Wraiths, they've just not lost a pick or a fight for the past however long. And I think beyond this point, it is the Wraiths' game to lose. It's the gold advantage, now about 3k, but we've already seen how strong this team composition is as Dennis looks for something onto Hayes.
There's the needle work, and to be honest, he did dodge some of it. Isn't enough. A lot of damage coming through, however, and is going to survive. It does have a nice comeback into that situation. I don't think he wants to be pursuing that one of his hounds for any minute longer than he has to. So both of them are going to be disengaging, especially with Atakan available, and TP's now up for. Ooh, that's a dead Mel. A very good timing here. You need to do something about this. Put this advantage where it should lie into this Atakan start, or at least secure some vision. Get this mid lane pushed out as much as you can and make this work. Tell DK, perhaps this could be a re-engage. I see a lot of potential here, but the rest of the team is just not doing
He's
much.
trying to alter the blast code.
Okay, the flash is going to keep him safe for now. There's the Nafiri TP in into the right time as Robbery's going to go down eventually. Ruben's very low, but he's going to flash away. Then he goes right back in with the rest of the team. Then Gwen does a lot of work with her scissors as Detlef goes down eventually. Butner is going to be the third one to go down. Now 3 kills onto the Ezreal. A very needed couple of gold pieces.
Somehow, all of these fights are going in the direction of the team that looked like it was. I mean, DK trying to hit the blast cone. Oh, but now Usajin flashes away.
Hound pursuit. It's going to follow right through. I did that today. It doesn't feel great. Honestly, it does not. And you just die. And that's actually going to be a 3-1 Nefiri. 3-3 Ezreal going to go back, probably buy himself a whole item, if not very close to one with this disengage, and a decent team fight here for Quantum.
Yeah, lined pockets, 2,000 gold on both AD carry and support of QTE, and they're actually bringing this one back. Now they have the gold lead. They have just picked up the Atakan, which gives them even more adaptive force, even more experience to allow them to catch up. And this is a level 15 Nefiri. Mel is only 13. Yep, there it is, coming back alive. Level 13 Mel. And that's insane because just go back to about 5 to 7 minutes ago, and Mel was at about the same amount of CS as she is now, but but Neferi was down about like 30, 40 CS. There was a substantial CS lead for Usajin, but now Hayes caught right back up and it's 3-1-5 on this Neferi. This guy is going to be absolutely deadly inside of these team fights, and picks are going to be like
What
so
looks like a
strong.
disengage is actually a trap because Amumu's just around the corner. He is going to be able to flank right in, and he actually gets right into the base. Okay, bye-bye. Amumu goes, and the one team member already down. Elrat is going to follow suit alongside Robbery. Ruben stays alive, not for too much longer. Hayes is out for the hunt. Got that movement speed, got the exhaust. One more Q is going to do the job. Gwen is unchecked up in the top side. You got to be careful. Obviously, just a couple of towers for now, but that is crucial. Only Braum to match her.
I don't know if you want to fight this.
Taking a fly? I don't even know, to be honest, whatever that means. Detlef is gonna look for an engage here, but Braum, concussive blows. A 1-for-1 is a great trade, considering that team fight did not go their way.
I mean, Detlef just so strong on the side lane. You mean losing lane doesn't really matter because now we have a 2-item Gwen, and one of those items is the Rabadon's death cap. So manages to pick up a 1-for-1 after getting the turret and weakening that inhib a slight amount, which is going to be good for the Wraiths, especially after that team fight loss. Having that open top lane, next time a team fight like that breaks out, if Detlef is left unchecked, then they can push through and break open this inhibitor, and that's definitely going to be a priority for the Wraiths, because if you have that super minion lane, you have a lot more priority in trying to secure these objectives. As QTE now sit on Soul Point, that is going to be a priority. You don't want to let QTE secure that Cloud Soul. Definitely a good soul to have when you have that Pantheon. The Grand Starfall in, you get that burst of movement speed. Even if you flash, run, whatever you may have away, the Pantheon with the Cloud Soul is going to be able to catch up to you. And the ultimate refreshing those stacks of the Mortal Will mean that even if you don't quite catch up with the movement speed from the Cloud Soul, you have the Empowered Aegis Assault, giving you even more move speed to catch up. So now that the gold lead is once again in favor of QTE, albeit not by very much, this is when they can start looking for these picks with that Grand Starfall, especially if Gwen's not there, because she is the probably the strongest member aside from maybe Butner.
And I think what's very important is that they actually came back from a quite substantial deficit about 5 minutes ago, and now they're able to do something with it, unless the needle work. Good back sort of engage here is going to be enough. DK's doing a lot of front damage, and he's going to be able to just do enough as the Braum is now going in onto Tristana. There's the Hound Pursuit onto the right target. The Starfall has arrived, and the rest of the team is going to follow back into their fountain here. A beautiful engage. This is exactly what we wanted to see here, as Quantum is going to be pushing into this mid lane alongside a very good Baron pickup.
What a turn around from Quantum. They're just shoving through. Buna trying to see if he can do anything. There's the explosive charge. Going to be popped onto Ruben.
Okay.
Yeah, trading your life away. It does pull them off the Baron, so it does have to be restarted. But the rest of the team now pulling up to assist in that. Butner does throw away their life. Gets a couple summoners, both flash from top and jungle of QTE. But I don't think that's worth your life. And gold lead just massively opening up, and QTE taking this one really, really well. And Drake is going to be the objective they have the priority on next. Look at this XP on the Neferi, by the way. This is a level 18 Neferi.
Oh, wow.
Three levels up on anyone on the side of Wacky Wraiths. 2 levels up on the highest member of their own team, which is that Ezreal, and 4 levels even above their solo laner, that Pantheon. So that level 18 Neferi is just so massive. 20,000 gold difference for the Neferi over Usajin, and pretty much everyone except for Ruben has that gold advantage on the side of QTE.
That's a very big difference.
Sorry,
20,000.
2,000.
I was thinking-
2,000 gold lead.
That's a very big difference right there. But you know what? There it is. There's that 2K diff that we're talking about. Actually, a very good trade coming out from the Gwen. And he's going to flash over one of the daggers, going to be able to secure himself that 1v1 down in the bot lane. This jungle is very busy. Elrat is going to flash into the wall. Going to have to go down because of it as the Baron, sorry, red buff does get secured. Curse of the Sod Mummy's going to get Zin down and dead. Ruben very low. Looks like Butner is going to have to escape with just enough HP to gonna have to, I don't know, support his bot lane tower. But okay, the rest of the team decided to back and not engage that one any further. Once again, a great team fight by Quantum.
I am going to need someone to explain to me how a 3 levels down, 1 entire item down Gwen beats a max level 3 item Neferi in a 1v1. That doesn't quite make a lot of sense to me. I don't know what Detlef did there, but it was working absolute magic. This Gwen is so unbelievably strong. Now picked up that Shadow Flame, is going to absolutely eat through those squishies. But Butner
Oh, you
out
gotta
another
run,
Bandit's
buddy,
toss
you gotta
charge.
run, but he's not gonna be able to do so. He goes down, Detlef looking for another pickup here, but he's gonna go down, and not before he does a little bit of more damage. Mel has arrived in the backline. He does go golden, but with a soul, the blast cone is not gonna be able to take him to safety. There's the Hound pursued right into the tower. The only remaining member, Robbery, goes down. And just like that, has also been robbed away from saving these 2 towers here. They're going to be pushed in 40, 30 minutes, second death timers here. This game is looking to be very over if they keep pushing this, Frio.
Yeah, QTE absolutely going to wreak havoc onto this base. 3 seconds left. Butner can't do anything against 4 members of QTE. And Keeper's verdict does get Pantheon off, but it's not enough. QTE will take us to a game 3. Beautifully played by them there to manage to claw their way back into this game. And now we're going to go over to the analyst desk for someone to hopefully explain to me how on earth any of that just went down.
Yeah, and we are back with this analyst desk. Thank you very much to Frio and Domain once again for this energetic cast. Yeah, Catesmates, can you tell me how that happened? Because QTE had an early comp, like they had a Nafiria Pantheon. Of course, Nafiria is not as bad late game as Pantheon is, but somehow they struggled in the mid game and then they just came back and just won. How did that happen?
I'm shaking my head right now, okay? I don't know if we're at a throwing contest or something, but like both teams. I mean, okay, to start at the beginning, okay? The Pantheon failed his early game and tried to dive the Gwen, gave her the first blood. So that was awful. Then he gave back the kill on a gank, and it kind of went back and forth in the top lane with actually most of the time Wacky Wraiths trying to get the Pantheon ahead and it not really working out. And then anyway, it was kind of even at the top and then at some point, and Wacky Wraiths managed to kind of get ahead or slightly even, and then a little bit ahead. They kind of had the game in their hands, and then they just kept picking worse and worse fights for them. Okay, to the point where the game was in control again for the QTE Infinity, and they just kept fighting. I don't know why Wacky Wraiths they felt like they were still ahead, or because their comp scales better than the enemy comp, or because the enemy comp was almost full 80, except the Amumu. But the Amumu was extremely fat, so he could deal extreme amounts of damage and still be tanky. So it was pure chaos. I don't know how to really analyze this.
Yeah, I just think there was a big issue with being caught off guard. Like you had Uzjin, who was on top side after the top side fight happened. He went there and was picked off by Nafiri. You had Büttner who tried to, I don't know, contest Nash. I mean, there were only 2 low members of Quantum, but it's a Pantheon and an Amumu, and if one of them gets close to you, you die, which is what happened. And even after that, like just before Quantum finished the game, Büttner was caught off by Amumu, and then Uzigen TP'd in with Mel and just got killed. Like you cannot play carries like that. You cannot be a carry and disrespect the enemy engage. You need to be wary of what's happening. You need to be wary of what could happen to you. You need to think into the future. Otherwise, you will just lose the game for your team. And I feel like Detlef, of course, he had 1 or 2 bad fights, but Detlef, Robbery, and Arid, like they are not at fault. Their carries threw the game away from them.
I mean, that's kind of true. Also, I think there was the one fight where Usagen got caught beforehand, and Rory just straight up ran at the Amumu and just kind of forced the fight. I think that was, I don't know if somebody else who shot called that fight. That was kind of sus because you're 1 member down and you're just straight up all inning there. That was kind of weird. But yeah, it was actually really interesting game because, in my opinion, in the late game, Wacky Wraiths should have won like 10 out of 10 times there with that comps. But actually, huge shout out to Hayes. At the beginning of the stream, we called out that he is a really strong assassin 80 melee player, and he showed that in this game. Okay, he was struggling in the laning phase, but then he took it back. He scaled up. He farmed up and managed to pull off some huge plays.
I agree with that. I mean, there were like 1 or 2 misplays even later on, like when he tried to 1v1 the Gwen. Of course, he was really far ahead on the Gwen,
Yeah.
and yes, he had a 3-level advantage, as the caster pointed out. But it's a Gwen. Like if Gwen can hit her sweet spots on the Q, if she can hit her ult, the Needle Storm, I believe it's called, she just heals for so much, and she does so much damage. And Hayes just like he's an assassin against a fighter. Like it's most of the times it goes that way. But when he was in team fight situations, when he had the chance to get on top of Büttner, on top of Uzigen, like he did that. He played it perfectly, and that's kind of what I want to see from QTE because they will not win the scaling contest. We saw that in game 1. They kind of let the game scale and they lose through macro. But what can they do? They can play aggressive. They can pick champs that are not the typical 2 hyper scaling carries plus 3 players who play around them comp. So both the Pantheon and the Nafirian, also a bit the Amumu who just gives them a lot of potential. He can set them up. Yeah, I just think that's what they should go for. They should pick those champions. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. On the other hand, there's also a lot of improvement that could have been done on either side of this game. I think there had to be more mistakes made on Wacky Wraith's side. I think if Wacky Wraiths just concentrated more, they should have won this game. So I think still that Wacky Wraiths should, if they just concentrate and try not to clown around as much, they should have the edge in the next game. But there's also the momentum that carries around from losing a game just now. So this next one should also be a really interesting one and could dictate how the rest of the series will play out.
Yeah. For the next game from the side of Wacky Dress, I want to see a solution for assassins. Because yes, they made mistakes. Yes, they had themselves picked off, but that's what is happening in like Emerald and Diamond lobbies. Like you cannot expect your whole carries and your whole team to play perfectly at every time. So champions like assassins, you need a good solution for them. You need to be able to give them as little as possible of opportunities to get on top of your carries, and I want to see something that can kind of challenge that. Like, yes, you had the Poppy, but a Braum, for example, I would have, which QTE took. I think that pick would have been maybe a bit better. Maybe the way that you play team fights needs to be a bit more passive, a bit more like you need to have your Gwen and your your Xin a bit more in the backline, the Poppy a bit more in the backline. You need to be a bit more careful. And that's kind of what I want to see from Wacky Wraiths here. And from QTE, I think you can just roll with what you did this game. Maybe be a bit more aggressive in the earlier mid game. But draft-wise, I think this was something that QTE was fitting to QTE's playstyle and to their champion pools. So I think they maybe found a strategy for Wacky Wraiths.
For sure, maybe just try to ride this momentum wave, try to overrun Wacky Waves. Could be a solid strat.
Yeah. With that, I think we are close to getting into the draft, so I will give it back to Domain and Trio. Bye from me, bye from Case Maze from now on, and back to the casters.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back to your game 3 of this grand final. It seems that Wacky Wraiths have now found themselves the side selection, and they're going to be picking red side. So both of these teams want access to this counter pick, but here we are. Wacky Wraiths are the ones that are going to find themselves with it as we get straight into the ban phase. I'm expecting very similar bans from last game. Wacky Wraiths have opened up with the same bans as have both teams. The Zed, the Rumble, the Wukong, and the Orianna, all champs banned out in the first phase of the last game. So a lot of respect going towards the champions that these players want to play most. And the Amumu now is the adaptation from Wacky Wraiths. They saw the Amumu as being that engaged, that playmaker from QTE that was able to give them the advantage in that last game. And so they're going to ban that away. But that does mean the Ezreal will be picked up once again by QTE.
And there it is, locked in without a second thought to that pick here, trying to snatch that one. It was a very nice, safe pick, allowing for the support, the Braum to be around the map a little bit more. So Tristana is going to be the reply here as well. I honestly do like it. It wasn't the issue, so to say, with how the last game went. The last game was largely due to just the last couple of team fights. Everything was going so well for Wacky Wraiths up until the point where Quantum have just unlocked and really, really pushed for that second game win, which is vital because the last thing they want to be facing themselves is a 2-up Wacky Wraiths in this series. And right now, we got ourselves the exact opposite here. 1-4-1 to both of these teams. The Jarvan being locked in, a nice little engage, going to be given so much burst damage for this Tristana. If that Cataclysm can collect a few more opponents within that zone, Tristana is just going to annihilate with all of that splash damage here. Poppy, quite a nice little pick into the Jarvan here. No second thought about it either, as that was pretty much hovered the minute the Jarvan was locked in as well.
Yeah, Poppy, going to be taking that one away from Wacky Wraiths this time. Don't want them to have the Tristana and the Poppy again, so it's going to be the Ezreal with the Poppy this time around. And Zac, another champion, very strong on terms of engage, and that is a champion that I expected to see DK playing. They've played it before, and it makes a lot of sense here. So Poppy and Zac, once again, tank duo in the support and the jungle, and Ezreal with that safety in lane is going to be able to, towards that like early game, mid game sort of position, is going to allow the Poppy to be freed up in roaming around the map because Ezreal can just cue those waves and sit back under the tower with the Mystic shot. So perhaps losing a bit of that early game pressure. Obviously, Poppy is strong early if you go for that hail of blades because you can get in there and auto attack, but then it gives up a little bit of the late game advantage. So the rune choice is going to be pivotal here, but I would imagine a hail of blades is what you want to see with an Ezreal because both of them are quite strong inside of those levels 1 and level 2. So the Janna is going to be the answer, just able to, once again, if the Poppy goes in with the heroic charge or the Zac with the elastic slingshot, you've got the Monsoon, you can send them packing, you can interrupt their dashes with the Tornado, and we have once again the Yone and the Syndra banned away, but now a new adaptation from Wacky Wraiths. It's going to be the Neferi. So we're not going to see support bans coming in because they've obviously already been picked. And the Neferi taken away because Hayes had a pretty good game on that last, in the previous game. There were some pretty powerful doggy moments in that last game.
Yeah, no, it's a good, very good counter ban here. He just not really looking to go against that one again. Yes, the first ban stage did not prioritize it, but because of the support being picked up already, obviously that's going to be a no-brainer here. So, with that said, a couple of control mages. I say a couple. We've got that Syndra being banned away as well. Let's see what we might see in the top lane.
There is the Vayne.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm thinking it might be a Tristana mid lane because of that. That's
right.
quite a possibility. We could be seeing a Tristana mid as well as that Vayne ADC because it has been talked about Butner playing that Vayne being one of their signature champions more so than being towards the top lane. So I imagine it could be the Tristana mid, but there is some flexibility there. You can see that Vayne top like you were mentioning. And obviously the Poppy can also be flexed towards the top lane, as can the Zac, but I imagine those are pretty standardly locked in, especially the Zac. And then there's going to be the Ahri to answer in that mid lane, which is either going to be the Tristana or the champion left unpicked. But I imagine it will be the Tristana, and they will be leaving top lane to have the counter pick. Garen is a potential lock. It's going to be locked in. Garen,
wow. I wasn't expecting that.
Ruben. And,
okay.
Yeah, that is a champ that he has played a couple of times. So we'll see what that's going to be answered with. Obviously, the Vayne can still be flexed up towards that top lane if they do want to lock in a different AD or mid laner. They have a lot of options here if they want to put the Vayne into the Garen. Garen doesn't do too well early into something like a Vayne, but can do pretty well late with the. But yeah, there it is. It's the Ornn. It's the Ornn.
There's
just
the
to
Ornn.
sit there and mitigate all of that pressure. Just soak it up as you play for that Vayne in towards the bot lane. And obviously, a late game Ornn can just do so much in terms of engaging for your Vayne, peeling for your Vayne, as can the Janna, and upgrading the items of your Vayne. So this is going to be a insane team composition. And you can't forget, there's the double AD carry threat. So even if you invest all of your resources into shutting down one of these late game carries, you're still going to have another one to deal with, and they're not going to have any lack of peel or engage or CC with those three supportive champions coming through in the jungle, top, and support.
I do like the Vayne here, just because obviously the amount of armor shred and max HP damage this champion can deal is going to be vital, especially in a game where they only AD damage on the entire team. And surely without this Vayne being in this roster, it would have been very difficult the longer this game goes on to get through champions such as the Garen, Zac, Poppy. Now, I wasn't a big of a fan of Garen either when I first saw that locked in, but it could be a very good engage alongside the rest of the Quantum on the Zac here once he gets in. Even the charm into a Garen silence, nobody escapes that. You're pretty much done for. Whatever you want to do within that period, for as long as those two hit those two abilities one after the other, that is a very dangerous spot to be finding yourself in. So a lot of good engage on either side here. A lot of damage the later this game goes on Wacky Wraiths as well, which is it's been a bit of a constant reoccurring theme for them, that hyper scaling potential here as we get ourselves ready for this next third game of the best of 5 series. We'll see exactly how this game will play out.
Yeah, I'm looking at the draft from QTE, and I'm thinking you really need to be looking for picks. The Zac has such a good engage range to find someone on a side lane, as does the Ari with the Spirit Rush into the Charm. Garen, obviously great on the flanks, can just run at you with the Stride Breaker. And if he is in between you and your tower, you are not making it safe home tonight. And that's pretty much how QTE need to play. Wacky Wraiths, they have such a strong team fight with the double AD carry, the Janna, and the Ornn. There's just so much that will favor them inside of these team fights. So QTE, they've got to look for these picks. And yeah, we'll very much be seeing if they are able to do such. But Vayne into 2 tanks and that Bruiser Garen, he even gets that armor and MR on his W passive. It's going to be a pretty good draft for a Vayne here.
And I wanted to say this: Poppy is gonna have to stay very close to this Ezreal, because the minute a Vayne gets a hold of an Ezreal, that Ezreal is not going to be able to do too much with his, few cosmic shots into that build. I'm scared. The Arcane Shift is around, but I do expect a lot of peeling to be coming out from the entire Quantum team here to allow for the Ezreal, the Ari, who do have a very, I always thought, similar playstyle, even though they are complete opposite on the spectrum of champions here, but they do have a very similar sort of go in, get that Q in, and dash about, get more Qs in, and really looking for those squishier targets here. Of course, with Ari's more prominent, the charm, the pick rate here. It's going to be a nice little follow-up if the rest of the Quantum team can execute on that. On the side of Wacky Raves, again, with Ornn, the back to front engage. Jarvan with that Tristana. I just want to capitalize on that. If Jarvan is going to be able, actually, now that I think about it, Ari, Ezreal, going to be quite hard to get anybody locked in that Cataclysm. You don't really want a Zac to be in there, a Garen. You want to be prioritizing those squishier picks, but anybody's a prize in a game where you can just get rid of that opponent and keep chasing after the next.
Yeah, and you're talking about that Ezreal versus the Vayne. I've played that matchup as the Ezreal. It's not fun. You lose the isolated 1v1, pretty much guaranteed. The Vayne can tumble out of the way of all of those Qs, and she just has so much higher consistent DPS than you. You really have to play for poke. And this is, yeah, it's definitely draft. In terms of the draft, Wacky Raves favored is what I'm going to say here, unless Quantum can play this to perfection. And they really have to play this to perfection. And otherwise, they will just get outscaled. They will lose in a late game team fight. And there's a certain point that comes in this game where even on side and in picks, Wacky Race just outscale and just start winning everywhere across the board.
And even with the Garen, yes, as a team member, he does excel alongside all of those abilities that I've spoken about. But as a single member going into anybody, really, Tristana just ults him away, Vayne condemned him away, it's Janna disengages, Jarvan doesn't really care much about Garen for as long as he can keep him in that Cataclysm, right? So he is going to struggle to get a hold of anybody here, but he's a good follow-up. He's definitely a good follow-up into pretty much everybody here, as we do have a nice chain CC team comp, which is the name of the game for Quantum, I believe. It's all about those picks. It's all about those engages and the follow-up for the rest of the team. Maybe the Ezreal and the Ari doing their job, trying to keep everybody low with those poking abilities and just making sure that they're not too full on HP when their real carnage begins in these team fights. Now, with Janna, it might be a little bit too difficult to do that easier rather than not, because of her ability just to support and be that sort of a shield, and Monsoon is just around the corner as well. So it's going to have to be a very well executed team fight by Quantum in order to get deep into Wacky Rave's entire roster lineup here.
Yeah, and based on the games that we've seen so far and how the early games have gone more in the favor of Wacky Wraiths, I think that if they can just keep the same thing that they've been doing, just winning early. I mean, in that second game, of course, they won early game and lost late. But I think here, if you win early game, you don't really have that problem. There is pretty much no way that you can lose out in the late game, especially if you've got that early advantage onto a Vayne Tristana. You aren't losing in the late game. QTE, they're going to have to try their best to end this one quick. They're going to have to try and take a big advantage inside of this early game as we have ourselves a game here. We are right about to get into this game and see the Wacky Wraiths versus QTE game 3. And not quite. There we
ready.
are.
We haven't spoken much about the lanes here, but I think for the most part, top lane, we know an Ornn loves to trade and Garen heals a bunch, so I guess there's going to be a lot of that, but I don't expect too many kills coming out in the top side, but I always say that with an Ornn lane, and then there's more damage coming out and kills coming out in a lane like that than anywhere else. As goes the mid lane, Tristana into Ahri. I have the Tristana favored here because, correct me if I'm wrong, every single charm misses for as long as the Tristana just winds up the rocket jump here. Just gets out, even with a gank. The only thing that I can really see stopping it is a very well-timed Zac engage, perhaps, but even then, that's going to be very difficult to pull off.
Yeah, you can just buffer the rocket jump out of any potential engage if you are quick on the trigger, and I imagine Uzjin will be using that to their advantage and just trying to survive through this lane and just being a menace inside of the late game. And also towards that top lane, yeah, you're right, the Ornn does a tremendous amount of damage if you can get those brittle procs off, and Garen is not a champion that does well into tanks. Garen, he can't really build anything in the way of max health damage. He can either go for the crit build, which has been nerfed recently, or the bruiser build, which has been gaining a bit more in terms of popularity, but usually you will still be going for that stride breaker first into something like a phantom dancer. But inside of this game, you are not going to be able to cut through this Ornn. Once you've picked up the items, Garen does much better into squishy champions once you can get that stride breaker. An Ornn, he is just going to be chilling inside of this top lane if he can get to that item at around the same time as Garen can finish his stride breaker. And we see the phase rush, so yeah, even less damage. Garen is most likely going to just be focusing on the late game or the mid game and trying to take out these squishy carries. If you can land a silent stride breaker and an E, you proc that phase rush, you spin all over that squishy backline, Demacian Justice to the face, they blow to smithereens, and you walk out a smug leader of Demacia. But if you can't survive through this laning phase against the Ornn, he is certainly going to be more impactful than you in this late game.
Yes, indeed. And they were already at each other's throats just then, but right back into a decent amount of HP. It's going to be a constant battle. Honestly, with Garen's amount of health regeneration, after a certain amount of time, he just picks it right back up and goes back in. With Ornn's ability just to buy his, I guess, rejuvenation beads if he wants to, going right in, the charm does not connect. Hayes actually misses that one. Almost Tristana walking into it. A very good trade in the mid lane here. But going back to it, with Ornn being able to just pick up those biscuits in the early stages of this lane. He's going right into that bush. Gonna get spun on as per the Garen's extremely scary bush trick. Ezreal getting bullied down in the bot lane here.
Yeah, he most certainly is. I think the bot lane matchup is an interesting one because Ezreal, strong early in those first few levels, then sort of falls off after he bases and buys that tier and lacks in that damage department somewhat. Vayne should be able to survive quite well through the Ezreal lane with that tumble, able to dodge out of those Qs. And Poppy isn't really going to be able to apply too much pressure in towards that either. So Vayne should just be able to scale up for free. Janna with the shields pretty good into Ezreal, because that poke, you can hit the Mystic shot in lane, but if Janna can pop that shield down at the right time, you can mitigate a decent amount of that damage, and you don't really have as much kill threat with a Poppy as you would with, I don't know, a Pike. So Vayne shouldn't be having too much of a problem.
Going
as a
in
rocket jump.
this time round. Hayes
Takes
does
his agility
connect,
mid-lane.
but it's just not a good trade for him. This lane, exactly as I thought, is not going to be the best for the Ari to be dealing. I thought maybe the jump is going to be too for a damage. Proving me wrong. However, he have one. Nope, never mind. He did get the full reset on that E, and therefore an entire rocket jump ready. Detlef getting quite low. I say that, but we see Detlef tank this game, as he did, of course, plus 2 in a row. One very successful one, and one not so much, despite, yes, killing a 3 levels higher champion than him. I still don't know how he able. Oh, nice little. Oh, okay, never mind. Vayne just does what Vayne does best into an Ezreal. I guess we speak about this Del. TK is in trouble there in a 2v. Robbery has to escape on this engage.
I think you might be having some internet issues. I can't tell if it's me, but my ping on Discord seems to be pretty fine, and I think you are turning into a robot.
Oh, dude.
So yeah, I think there's some internet problems going on, but I'm not sure if it's on your side. I think it is. So as that hopefully sort of dies down. Yeah, hopefully that can die down in a short moment. This happens pretty much every time we manage to find a cast. I don't know how, but seems like Hayes gonna miss a Karen in the mid lane, so not all too much going on. But yeah, Vayne really, I mean, just picks up a kill onto Ezreal there in the bot lane, and that's the power of the Vayne. If you can walk at someone, you just win. Especially the Ezreal, who doesn't have the consistent DPS. He needs to stack up 5 of those passive stacks with a rising spell force, and if it falls off just once, you are completely dead. If you don't have those passive stacks, especially, you can't beat out that Vayne. And Ezreal opting for that PTA build as opposed to the lethal tempo means you have even less damage in the extended trade, as Detlef looks for a bit of a trade onto Ruben, but here is Zach with
just around the corner. Level 7 on the Ornn, however, right? He's going to be absolutely fine and not for too long. Actually, a good flash, but it gets traded in. Zach is going to pick up that one. I hope I sound absolutely fine, as not too good on the Hayes again in the mid lane. Zach, ooh, let's bounce. I think the drag is still available. Yes, it is. He's going to be able to get out of that one. Whew, what a kill up in the top side.
Yeah, a nice opportunity there as Detlef looks for a bit of a trade. Ruben baiting a little bit for his jungler, and TelDK able to capitalize on that and pick up a kill. Get this Garen just a little bit ahead before those first items come through, like we mentioned earlier. And we can see Usajin going towards that Yuntao Wild Arrows with that Scout Slingshot is very, very strong item once you can get rolling in towards this game. Once you can stack up that 25% crit chance, just Wild Arrows is such a strong item. So it's just exactly what you want to be buying. And the build path does make you weaker in lane if you can't get that BF on the first back. But the Scout Slingshot, obviously, it's a pretty nothing item to pick up. If you can get the BF Sword, which Usajin hasn't done, it's much better, but it's still an incredibly good first item. Oftentimes you see people Tristana's going towards like something more like a collector first item if you can get enough for the Dirk. But we might indeed
left by himself. Oh, great flash into the wall, and then the Poppy does what Poppy does best. You're not going nowhere, you're staying with me. Actually, really good here by Quantum, considering, yes, 2 Void Grubs have been picked up, which does increase the amount of damage the Voidlings can actually do. In the end, there's another engage here. Oh, there's that W trying to disengage it alongside, but you just can't deal with that. Oh my god, he got absolutely dunked on. He's gonna go down a second death for the Ornn up into the top lane here. And I just want to mention how gnarly it is for the Ezreal again into this matchup. Poppy was the one who initiated that fight a few minutes back now down in the bot lane. And because Poppy absolutely disengaged away from the presence of the Ezreal, she went down because of it. Ezreal went down because of it as quickly as the Vayne decided to do so. Whew.
Yeah, I mean, and then in the top side, now it is QTE who are putting the effort into getting Ruben ahead. Not in the previous game, but in this game. So, obviously, Fed Garen is very much something you want, but Ornn is always a champion that can weather that storm. The weak side warrior, as he is oftentimes more colloquially known, as you can just exist. You can soak a lot of pressure, and late game, you press all of your buttons, they still knock up for the same amount of time. You still give your teammates the same stats with the passive, and you are still almost just as effective. And once again, another engage off into the top side.
I feel sorry for Deathlef. This time around, he didn't even have the time, the opportunity to react to this engage. Oh my goodness me. Zach is getting big. That's going to be a very tanky blob. As tanky as it gets, really. More damage, I guess, for Butner to deal the later this game goes on. He's just looking for those stacks, for that graph to be out of its sort of marriage in here. The later this game goes on and the post-lobby scene, there's going to be a lot of health damage taken on this Vayne for as long as he's able to get those Qs in. We got an engage. He's going to get disengaged. Shot Barrage is going to miss. Daxon has to think his strategy here, because just like that, Butner was actually just untouched in that entire scenario. Elrat is a bit low, but you can't compare that to the position that Salil alongside Daxon find themselves in.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really just not a nice situation. Butner going over the tower has to flash.
Got a bit greedy, and Zach is just around the corner actually here. You got to be careful now because he's going right in, and he does not get that engage. Great flash, however, into the stretching arm here. It's not going to be enough, and a good Monsoon with a disengage. Hayes trying to actually roam. He doesn't see his map. He's got to react way too late. He sees it now. Flashes away. Spirit Rush is going to take him to safety. Beautiful stun under the wall here by the Poppy. Vayne goes down, and there's the Poppy going with her. Tell DK gonna have to think about backing away. No, he's not. Robbery maybe goes down with the Ezreal support. There's the passive. It's just not gonna be enough. A good team fight here by WW.
Yeah, Hayes tanking so much damage. Oh no. Gets smited and spanked on the head by a spear. And yeah, that didn't turn out too well for QTE, as Usajin kind of just rolls over QTE and yeah, picks up another kill, and that is going to be a dead Zac as well. So that massive advantage that had been accrued by ganking Detlef, now it's not looking too hot. Now 30 CS down on a Robbery, and only up 1 kill. And most of the deaths for Wraiths are on towards this Ornn, the champion that you would definitely much rather have the deaths on than the Tristana, who is going to TP into the bot lane.
In with the Tristana yet again on Hayes, and Hayes does not have Spirit Rush, neither does he have Flash. Yeah, there's the Janna just around the corner, just to make sure Hayes has no opportunity to escape that one. What a great TP in, by the way. Just so much confidence coming out of this Tristana into the Ahri matchup throughout this entire game. Only 13 minutes, but it definitely screams mid-lane diff here as we speak. So far, really good performance.
Yeah, I mean, also a great play to just hold off on taking that kill for a little bit until Elrat can get in range to give you the shield. Then you get a nice juicy assist on towards your support. And yeah, this game is looking good for the Wraiths, especially with their team composition like we spoke about. 2k gold ahead. This is what Wraiths have been good at doing so far. Good at winning through this early game. And with this composition, you're going to find it difficult
has
to
the rocket
lose
jump.
late.
Let's bounce. It's just maybe not used at the correct time, as Tristana is able
has
to
the flash.
re-engage. Oof. Garen looking for that Demacian. Justice not going to use it. Does not need to. It's going to go over as a second kill for the Garen here already in this game. Dragon spawning just around the corner. Chana, you got to be careful. I don't know if you want to be fighting this one. There's the elastic slingshot once again finding its target. However, Elrat is quite safe around his own tower.
That he most certainly is. It's going to be a pick onto Jin, but overall, yeah, once again, just a little bit too overextended, as has been a result of a lot of the picks that we've seen today. But still an advantage in gold. They're going to need to do a lot more throwing if they want to lose this game. They will lose the Drake for it. They will lose a kill for it. And it seems that QTE are going to be making their way over towards the Heralds. As some of their camps get stolen away, Robbery is behind enemy lines, but they don't know he is there, so they can't collapse onto him. And he's going to be able to get out safe.
Might not want to have anything to do with this fight here, as it's just going to be sort of dispersed on either side here. Yes, the Herald is now up, and we are potentially going to get ourselves our first ever team fight, unless I spoke a little bit too soon. We've got a disengage instead. Selil doing a little bit better into a Tristana perhaps, as opposed to the Vayne, but still, even at that point, he's very far behind. It's not the best of starts for him in this game, so he's going to have to buy himself some time. The longer he waits, however, the more powerful Butner gets. And this tower is going to go down eventually. I'm not sure if you got yourself muted there, Frio.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, you
that
do?
is
Okay.
entirely my fault. I was just...
It's all right. It's okay. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
To cough, and then I forgot to unmute myself. But yeah, as I was saying while I'm muted, despite the gold advantage being in favor of Wacky Wraiths, I still like the way that QTE are playing this. They give up that objective there as Ruben looks for something here.
The Demacian Justice has arrived! Job is like, what just happened? I felt a breeze on my right shoulder.
I thought my Tristana was right there. Where's my Tristana gone? Oh, back in Fountain. Okay, so she got the recall off, yeah?
Yeah. Let's just, yeah. That's a story we're willing to stick with, maybe.
Oh, for sure. But yeah, despite Wraiths being up in gold, like we just saw from Ruben, QTE looking for picks. They gave up the Herald and tried to look for something on mid. It didn't work out, but the initiative is what we're looking for. And if anything is going to win them this game, it's that. Ruben managed to find a pick onto Jin, and we'll be going towards the Phantom Dancer, like we mentioned. Not going to look to duel away this Ornn. Going to be more focused on Butner and Jin, which we have very much seen. And those are the members that you want to focus if you are this Garen. You're never going to be able to kill that Ornn. He's building primarily just armor right now. And he's going to be incredibly difficult to cut through, even though he was focused. He already has a CS lead in the top lane. Obviously is down in gold thanks to those kills. But,
I don't know how well the Garen... Okay, I guess not well enough, because he was definitely not looking for that fight. No, so he just runs away. He's like, you know what, you might have missed like pretty much everything, but I'm still not going to fight that fight. He did die at some point, I think, in a 1v1. Maybe he picked too much than he thought he could handle, and it's now resulting in him being a little bit more careful. He doesn't need to be fighting these 1v1s in the side lane here. He definitely just needs to be doing what Garen does best and focus on those engages. Speaking of which, I can't speak right now, but neither can Jin, as he does go down, and it's a very quick pick up. There we go. That's gonna be a red buff secured, stealing it away from the Zac, who is very busy up in the top side here. Ruben is looking to re-engage, perhaps, but not with this amount of support on Detlev's hand side.
Yeah, Houston once again finds himself a bit too far up, and that has been the result of a lot of these kills back over to QTE. 3 deaths now for this Tristana. And sure, you've got the rocket jump, but when the Zac has about 12,000 different types of CC, the Garen also coming in with a silence, you're not just going to be able to rocket jump your way out of that one, especially if you're as far up as that without your tier 1 tower. So Very nice initiative from QTE, just closing in that gold lead just a bit. And now we see ourselves at around 20 minutes with the Atacon spawning in about half a minute. This is the time for us to see Wacky Wraiths try and look for some kind of team fight. Obviously, the longer they can hold out, the better. But they should still be in a position to win out in the team fights. Ornaments now coming through. Orn has now upgraded his own Thornmail, and I can only but imagine that it's going to be the Vayne coming next, or the Tristana, if not. But once these ornaments come through, it's going to be even harder for QTE to contest, and Wacky Wraiths know that. They're going to start up the Drake as Daxen off to the side tries to look for something, but this isn't the purpose of their con. And I don't imagine, I imagine they'll either be looking for a steal or just to give this one away, which is exactly what is happening as Ruben Stridebreaker's the air.
Yeah, they can't really match that. The favor is definitely on the side of the red side here when it comes to taking those dragons. You've just got so much space to work around, right? And you don't really have to worry about too much of just an engage. And there is a Haze in trouble, a reset, a flash. Spirit Rush was available, perhaps was not risking that one, not trying to chance it. Atakan has now spawned. Jarvan is around the corner here. Oh, Garen, you're in trouble. Ruben, you got to disengage, but he's getting knocked up once, twice, 3 times. There's the Cataclysm. It's not going to be enough up until the last knock-up. Going to secure that kill. And alongside it, there is that Herald going down this lane. Of course, with the entire Quantum team here now in the bot side, they're gonna somehow be able to stop this from happening, but they're not done yet here. Butte not taking a lot of damage from those Qs on the Ezreal here. The slingshot is going wide. Monsoon's doing a lot here for the disengage. Is it enough to keep them safe and go back into their own jungle? Yes. For now, this Atakan has been disengaged, but with the entire WW team now having to go back and reset, regain their HP bars, now we're looking at a 3v4. Garen is nowhere near as he did die. It looks like Quantum does not want a bit of this one either. Monsoon is down. That's a vital ability. However, for now, this Atakan is reset for the second time around.
Yeah, and now Yustin's Infinity Edge upgraded by Ornn, and either Ruben forgot what he was building or is a genius, because last I checked, Mortal Reminder doesn't have that dagger, which has now been sold, but I think the purpose of it might have been to get that one extra spin, because I know there are thresholds. There are certain breakpoints on Garen at certain levels where if you buy like a dagger, you get an entire extra spin on your E. So either Ruben forgot that he was supposed to be building a Phantom Dancer, or is a big brain Garen player and did the maths on how many spins he needed to get.
You've definitely got that video on your YouTube here that you've broke down Garen like I've never seen before. So I will just trust in your ability to spit fire and give us some facts on exactly how a Garen might work. That dance around the Atakan, it's done. It was a very graceful dance. Nobody died. No blood has been shed, really. Instead, they're going to be positioning themselves around the entire map. I say that with Ornn down at the bot lane, just enough information to keep the rest of the Wacky Wraiths here aware of potentially what could be happening on the map.
Absolutely, as Yustin tries to smack down this top turret a little bit, but yeah, Wacky Wraiths, if they can get the vision control, if they can be at the objectives first, we've seen this with the previous Drake, we've seen this with the Atakan slightly, and we saw it with the Rift Herald. If they are there first, as we're looking for another pick.
Great reaction time there. That was really good. The charm goes wide. The tower, however, does get secured eventually. That was the objective. Maybe perhaps with a cherry on top with the Ari, going out of that fight is not going to happen. What a great engage there. Robbery's not going to go anywhere, especially with the Poppy available. Oh, hold on a minute. She's not used the W. I guess that was a flash and a cataclysm. He's going to go down eventually anyway. This could be a potential attack on here. Re-engage onto the Vayne here, who's going to do quite a bit of nice damage onto Tel DK, who is very fed. 3 kills in the early game. Now he's just engaging where he can, taking as many champs down as he can with him. Ooh, another engage. Okay, the Poppy
for the Monsoon.
Jackson. Ooh, okay, that's a nice little Galen Gale, whatever that ability is called. It's Galen Gale now. It's gonna get him out into the safety of his own jungle. Detlef, you gotta be careful as the rest of the team was still around. The Daxon is not even done yet. Now, Detlef does have a little bit more HP to play with here. The Demacian Justice will not do the trick. Now, Atakan is getting healthier and healthier. The further the game goes on here, on 1600 HP now, a few more hundred than we saw last time around. He's getting very beefy, getting ready here for a potential brewing storm.
Yeah, I think that in terms of items, Sunfire Aegis into Randuin's Omen is going to make you a lot tankier than Liandry's Anguish into Locket of the Iron Solari. So some good item choices coming through from TLDK.
Tel DK is going to get caught up by the Jarvan here. However, he does have the passive if he wants to survive for a little bit longer. He does. Is it going to be the focus of this entire team fight? Maybe, perhaps not. But the spinning Garage is just going to take care of that trouble there. Now, Jarvan is down. Actually, Zac is still alive. He gets out. There's the Call of the Forge God onto the Ari, who had to TP alongside the Ornn. Now, with that Dragon starting off this entire team fight, the Vayne secures it. Selil gonna have to just flash away there. Great. Once again, 1 for 1, but the Dragon has been secured for WW.
Once again, the team fight prowess of this Wraiths comp showing its head. You saw the good engage from Tel DK. The Cell Division even allowed him to live through so much damage. And then Vayne showed up, and it was curtains. QTE immediately lost the fight. Even though they had the numbers advantage, they had to give up the Drake, and then the kills were evened out in that fight 1-1. And now Wacky Wraiths find themselves on Soul Point. One more Drake, and they get themselves an Infernal Soul, which is it's some pretty good extra damage when you have these double AD carries. It's certainly something that QTE would have wanted to find themselves with in this one.
And Ornn, he's doing the upgrades. He's got a few already. He's doing them. He's doing pretty good with them as well. We got 3 already on the way here. Giving it to the Tristana, to the Vayne. Obviously, you want to be prioritizing those champions here. They're going to be just so powerful if unchecked in these team fights. But yet, Selil, oh, your HP. But hold on, there's so much damage coming through onto Butte. Now, there's that true shot barrage. Finishing off the job. I was not expecting that. Actually, does deal an equal, if not a more amount of damage here into that really 1v1 with the supports just trying to do something really. Monsoon was not enough. Butner goes down, and because of it, we got ourselves the first Baron start in this game.
Oh, there's the redemption, and it's going to force QTE off of the Baron. But yeah, like you said, Selil holding his own in that 1v1. The Ezreal damage is a lot more front-loaded with the PTA and obviously having higher cooldowns than the Vayne. So Vayne knew that if she could continue hitting, Ezreal could not continue hitting anywhere near as hard. So if that was a 1v1, Selil probably would have found himself dead and Butner with the kill. But what Butner didn't realize was that there were, in fact, 2 members of QTE hiding around the corner, ready to re-engage, and it's going to be a true shot barrage that picks up the kill. Doesn't matter, though, as it is going to be Wacky Wraiths starting up this Atakan with no one anywhere nearby, dropping incredibly low.
Oh, so much damage! True Shot Barrage, is it going to be enough to really swing the tides of this battle as Ruben has to flash away? Zach is trying to do the same. He does indeed, with Hayes just behind him, rushing through the bot lane here. The Atakan has been, in fact, secured. That's going to give so much more damage to these two AD carries here. And the amount of pressure that is coming out from this late game team comp on the side of Wacky Wraiths is actually terrifying. Salil gonna get CC'd here by an Ornn who takes half of his HP alongside a tower down in the bot lane. They are living their best life.
Oh, yeah, they are. Oh, yeah, they are. And Daxen, oh, they're looking for Detlef. Who does get knocked up and stunned into a wall.
He's tanky. Gonna take a while. And
is he that tanky? He might be that tanky. He is that tanky. Never mind.
Re-engage.
Never mind.
Okay, but now Jarvan's here, Robbery trying to support his teammate. He might just be in trouble because of it. Is he going to be able to disengage? He does have a flash. The rest of the re-engage has arrived. Now, with the final hour, looking for that backline here. Gonna do a lot of damage, but there's Demacia arriving. Monsoon away. Oh my god! The Cataclysm is so huge! He has the final hour has not stopped yet. Tristana with the rocket jumps, looking for the Ezreal, not gonna find it. That was a beautiful Cataclysm here.
4 men inside of that Cataclysm. Robbery just absolutely winning that team fight for them. And like you said, the Tristana, with all of the damage coming down onto those members trapped inside, gets a reset after a reset after a reset and goes on a mission hunting down those last few members of QTE. Might fall to the Baron, not quite, incredibly low. And it's going to have to be Salil who tries to force them off of this Baron. But with half HP, he will be able to do so, as a lot of low health bars onto the carries, yeah. But somehow, Wacky Wraiths, they just turned that one around.
Wow.
I mean, they got the Atakan, and then Daxen had a massive disengage with Keeper's Verdict, but then it wasn't on cooldown for when Robbery went in and hit everyone with that Cataclysm. And Wacky Wraiths now in a commanding position to take this game 3.
I was just really like not. I knew what Cataclysm and Tristana can do, because just so much damage in that little zone, but I was not expected to be graced by a 4-man Cataclysm, as Keeper's Verdict is going to send Jun away, perhaps the only person that can help WW stay alive. Nope, never mind. They don't need her. They don't need anything. Zach is dead. Dragon died. That's a soul point right there. And they're turning their eyes on the Baron.
Once again, it's a Baron angle for Wacky Wraiths, and Tell DK was probably right to look for that steal. Otherwise, now there's an Infernal Soul on Wacky Wraiths, but unfortunately, no steal will come through, no jungler alive to threaten a steal onto this Baron, and it's just gonna blow to smithereens thanks to the double AD carry on Wacky Wraiths. And Ornn, with that big, fat, juicy wave clear item, we'll be able to shove down mid lane. And now the Baron buffs and the Infernal Soul have come through for Wacky Wraiths. There is almost certainly no way that QTE can bring themselves back in this game.
Okay, let's breathe, let's recoup, let's rethink what has just happened and what it means for the rest of this game here. Ari is still looking for a vital charm. Really, at this point, she's just looking not to be blown up by Yushin with a single wombo combo. What else? We got an Ezreal. He did hold his own in a 2v3. And now, speaking of Salil, he is very low.
So much damage from the explosive charge.
He's probably thinking, please, no, please, God, no true shot. I've got a true shot barrage, never mind. So he's gonna be fine. He's gonna be okay, but so low. These minions are gonna take their sweet time before they can arrive and crash into this tower. Of course, Baroned up, so they're gonna be very healthy in order to do so. And a potential last team fight is well underway.
Yeah, Salil trying to do anything to these waves, but they're Baroned up. and this inhibitor is going to fall. Tristana absolutely ravaging through that mid wave, trying to take that mid lane turret down, is now going to rotate over and join the team. If anyone looks for a pick, it looks like Hayes is posturing for it. They will be swiftly turned on as they try and cut through these Baron empowered waves. But now, double inhibitor coming through for Wacky Wraiths means those super minions will be coming through. Luckily for QTE, Elder is only in 3.5 minutes, so they have time to wait out these inhibitors, these super minions, this Baron, and they will not lose the game just yet. But unfortunately for them, it's closing in, and they're going to have to perform a miracle if they want to stop that from happening.
It is. It's just so close. I don't think they can do anything really to stop this. With Tristana's split push, actually she's alone, but she's aware of a potential fight. She's been very safe here. The elastic, oh, it stops her just what I spoke of in the earlier stages of the game here. Is it gonna be, oh my god, she's exploded. Just what she loves to do to her enemies. She has been also treated with the same fate here as Robbery, looking for revenge. Tell DK has to flash away. Nice little tornado here, but Keeper's verdict keeps the Zac alive. Vital, really. Yes, sure, the Tristana died, but that's still very strong. 4 members of the Rag Raves going right in, and that's a deleted Ezreal. Supposedly the safest person on the enemy team, as opposed to the Haze, who's also gonna go down. Sent packing with that crossbow in the back, and there's only Ruben. Never mind, I couldn't even finish off my sentence before the Vayne has absolutely deleted and aced the entire Quantum team alongside Raggy Rails. Wait.
Raggy Rails.
Raggy
They
Rails.
had that
Well
game
played.
from start to finish. Well played to Wacky Race in that game. There was pretty much no moment where we thought that Quantum was in the lead, in the driver's seat, and I think that was just a team composition gap through and through. Well played to Wacky Race as we throw this one over to the analyst desk to break down what we just saw.
Yeah, thank you very much, Domain and Frio. That was a hype cast, and yeah, the game, as the two casters just said, it was just never really in QTE's favor. Like, I just had the feeling, yes, you were winning with Garen. The Garen got some kills, but what else did you get? Nothing really. You dropped the ultimate, the Elder Drake, the Dragon Soul. And in the end, I just felt like this was over from the start. What do you say, Kyle Smites?
I'm still smiling about the Reggie Rails comment.
Yeah, that was funny.
No, but yeah, you're right. You know the saying, putting all your eggs in one basket. You put all your eggs in the Zac Garen basket against Tristana and Vayne. So it's like, okay, maybe the Garen can get a sneaky one shot on one of them if they're, I don't know, if they're standing at a shitty spot where they can get catched out, like Usogen at the end there. But is that really a feasible winning condition? I don't think so. I mean, you're putting behind an Arn, the worst champion that you would try to put behind. As long as he's getting any amount of XP, he will be just fine. Like it's really whatever. And yeah, I don't know how Garen ever really in a serious 5v5 team fight gets to threaten the dual AD carries of Wacky Wraiths in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I like if you pick Garen into carries. If you say, okay, those carries are really vulnerable, then I go on top of them with Garen. That can work. That can be really great, and I feel like in our elo, in the elo that this league is placed in, Garen can work. I mean, Adam is playing it on pro play. But when you see a Tristana who can peel herself with the ultimate, you see a Vayne who has some self peel with the condemn, and you have a Jenna.
Yeah.
Then it's just really tough. Like the Garen pick, I didn't really feel it, and I gave it a chance basically. I was like, okay, maybe they are cooking something up, and they brought him ahead, and in the end it did nothing. which is kind of sad because I really like those bruisers. But yeah, great draft by Becky Bress. Some slack in the draft by QTE, which in the end resulted in a 2-1. I felt like that was a lot of draft difference. There was a lot of draft difference that influenced the outcome of this game. But it's not over yet. We are 2-1. Yes, it's match point for Wacky Dress. It's a best of 5, so the next win for Wacky will decide the series. But it's 2 more games, potentially. And QT can still come back, and I want to see what they cook up, because I feel like they will take red side again. I don't know yet. And with that, they maybe get a counter pick for top lane or for mid lane.
Yes, for sure. I gotta also highlight the usage in on the Tristana. He really did a lot of work in the early game in this game. He bullied the Ari. He could build up a lead, and when he didn't get caught before the team fight, he did a lot of work in those team fights, just demolishing people. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. For the next draft, what I want to see is an AD assassin again on mid lane. I felt like that was something that Hayes could really pull off. Like his Nafiri, he had a lot of great picks, a lot of impact. The Ari, even though I don't think he played it bad, he didn't really have an impact on it. The charms were like whatever, and everything that QT had, which was not a lot, came mostly from Zach and from Garen. And I want to see the two carries step ups, Salil and Hayes both stepping up, because I felt like they had a really great upper bracket split so far. And at least in this game, there was not that much coming from them. So maybe go more for the approach that you had in game 2, and try to double down on that.
I think even in game 1 with the Corki, it really played out well for SNCL. I think maybe, if I remember correctly, it was a Ezreal first pick this game. Maybe don't do that. Maybe try to get a okay matchup for him. Somebody who can like actually carry on. Not that he was bad. I think, and especially his 2-shot barrages were really good this game, and if he had like a little bit more damage, could have done huge things. But you could make it way more easy for him if he gets like an okay matchup that he can really play around with.
Yeah, and I mean we know that Bittner, he loves his Vayne. Like it's his main champ. It's the champ that he by far plays the most if he gets the chance to do so. And you pick Poppy Zac early, which is fine if you ban the Vayne out, because if you scout WW, if you scout Vekivres, you know a Vayne might be coming. You pick 2 tanks, the Vayne is being picked, and then you pick Garen into that, and Ari. So you don't really have anything to get on top of the Vayne if the Jenna's there, if the Tristana's there who can peel her dual carry. And I just feel like if you leave Vayne open, then have something to counter it, and don't pick something that's weak into it. That being said, I just think that even though there were some misplays, especially from Uzjan during the game, he gave over 1 or 2 shutdowns. He was caught off guard. In the end, his team made a difference, especially Robbery. I want to point Robbery here out here. Like the ult on mid lane where he caged 4 people with the Cataclysm, and also on top lane just before they ended the game, his engage onto the Ezreal that basically killed the Ezreal, which left QT with like little to no damage. I felt like Robbery had a really good series on the Jarvan here.
For sure, for sure.
But yeah, in the end, I think what's important for QTE here is that they stick to the identity that they are good with in playing, which is AD mid lane, maybe an AP top laner or tank top laner, bruiser top laner, but get your mid laner an assassin, get your mid laner someone who can snowball hard, because Hayes is really good at that. And especially against Wacky Wraiths, because this game again there was a lot of slow momentum. Like the game took longer than the second game. The game just dragged on and on and on. And in addition to that, you didn't even contest the Drakes. You lost like 4 Drakes of the first 5, which meant so for Wacky Wraiths. Why don't you go back to the way where you just punish them early, where you contest things? Yes, in game 2 there were mistakes. Yes, in game 2 they kind of dropped behind and then they needed to get back from that. But still, they had a comp that could punish, and this comp couldn't really do it. So I think you should go back to the way that you played in game 2, and then you can really do something against Wacky Wraiths.
We're kind of like a broken record. It's like the same thing you told before the first game. If you're trying to go for the same comp as Wacky, just scale and have like this front to back idea, you will probably lose. And that was kind of the thing. They kind of drafted that kind of comp against them, and they just lost.
Yeah, I agree with that. But we are going into draft for game 4, potentially the last game of the series. I will give it back to Domain and Frio. So see you guys later.
Bye bye.
Welcome.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Game 4, do or die for QTE. If they misplay here, it's out of the game. This grand finals here, they will be knocked out of the tournament, and the winner will be awarded to Wacky Wraiths. But it's not over just yet. Game 4 is still up for grabs. QTE looking to do that with their Janna ban. They've seen LRAP perform pretty damn well on this champion, and it's going to be taken away. So no more Janna. The Smolder are banned away from the first game as well. And the Wukong doing the same.
So far with the Tristana, we might be getting a very similar team comp here for the Wacky Rails. Okay, I can't. I'm sorry. What's going on with me?
A bit of a tongue twister, isn't it? Say Wacky Race 10 times quickly.
Wacky Raves. I'll mute myself and I'll do just that. Sejuani hasn't been picked up as of yet, which is going to be quite a nice little pick. Quantum, of course, with the Mumu before Jarvan. So they're pretty much aware of how this one may play out. And with the, I believe it was the Mumu game, wasn't it, where they actually were able to pick up their first win. So they're trying to rerun that entire team comp here, maybe.
Oh,
Pantheon.
well, there you go. There's the Pantheon.
There it is.
It will be running it back. And the Sejuani attack jungle that you would expect to see DK on. The Tristana, once again, first picked. This champion has proven to be a flex pick for Wacky Wraiths. It's been both in the hands of their mid and their AD carry, and both of them performing pretty well on it. The Gwen, this time it slips through the cracks. It was banned away in the last game, but this time the Janna will be swapped out for the Gwen, and it allows Wacky Wraiths to lock it back in. But they are kind of counterpicking themselves by locking it into the Pantheon. I mean, she was pretty damn strong into the Pantheon, and we even saw her solo killing Haze on the Neferi. But once again, Neferi is open, so they could try and run back the mid lane as well. Gwen picked up, not a good matchup into Pantheon, but it doesn't seem like it's going to matter if the matchup goes the way it did 2 games ago. Although they did end up losing, I definitely don't think it was because of the Gwen doing anything particularly wrong. Alistar locked in, perhaps to support alongside that Tristana, or perhaps to support alongside an ADC that we haven't quite yet seen.
I do like the Alistar here because there's so much go in, lock, and sit on top of your carry or whoever the Sejuani and Pantheon gets a hold of. If the Alistar is along that team comp here on the Raves, they're going to be able to sort of disengage that engage straight away and be the main really tanks within that battle zone. Neferi, Quantum, they're rerunning it. They are. And it was a very successful run here. So I am looking forward. We might be looking at a 5-game series. This might be I don't want to, cast the curse it. So this is the most I will say. A couple of more bans coming through. Vayne being respected. Jarvan being taken away as a potential jungler, because that 4-man cataclysm was just nuts, man. Every single
That
one
was
of those
insane.
engages, it was. And he was just at the right place, right time, always making sure that the Zac doesn't really have the opportunity to engage or stay in those fights.
Okay, Lucian is going to be the pick up after the Ezreal banned away the Vayne as well. It's going to be a Lucian, and we have a Swain, another champion that's reasonably flexible these days. You can't play in any of the number roles, but obviously we're going to see where it's going to be based on this last pick. But the Lucian, another early game bully champion, so they have a lot of lanes that they want to win early. The Neferi in the mid, the Lucian AD, the Pantheon top, and it's going to be Swain locked in most likely for that mid lane, and the Tristana for the AD carry, and the Nami. Obviously, a very synergistic pick with the Lucian. Lucian Nami, a very popular combo, and can do quite well inside our early game. But Swain is usually going to be that mid lane pick, but I have seen Swain AD carry a number of times. So I think it's going to be most likely towards that mid lane. I don't think it's a champ that Butner is going to find himself playing. Probably rather take that Tristana, but reasonably flexible, and you do have to be wary about that Swain possibly flexing into a lane that you don't want it to if you're QTE. But this is the draft that we saw QTE flourish. This is the draft very similar to the draft that we saw QTE absolutely perform on. And we'll see if they can run it back in this game with a lot of the similar ideas in this draft.
Now, Quantum did have that strength, even though Pantheon did get quite a few times ganked within that game that he played on the Pantheon. They still had a very good team fight in general, especially on the Pantheon. And what is Wacky Wraiths doing this time round? They're taking the Gwen out of the lane, which I really like here. They're putting her in the jungle role instead to scale and to have an opportunity to get that Sejuani out of those team fights as soon as you can. Because if you can, then your objectives are open, your team fights are open, everything is going in your favor here. Swain is going to be an interesting one, I think. Is it the right reply to a Neferi? Sure, if you can somehow pick the Neferi and pull her towards you with that Q. I don't know if it's going to be that easy. Obviously, with the call of the pack here, just giving Neferi so much freedom to disengage and re-engage as she pleases in these team fights or V1s. So it's overall quite a difficult one to put my hands on as of right now.
Yeah, and like you said, the Gwen going towards that jungle, a very nice adaptation here, because in game one, we mentioned it in the draft when we saw that Gwen, it is a champion that we have seen played by Robbery, and so he does know how to play the Gwen, and we expected it to be in the jungle, but instead it was the top lane Gwen. Now we're seeing it inside of the jungle. They knew that it's the Pantheon top. They picked the Gwen into it, and they're going to flex it in towards the jungle. Ornn, not a champion that you can abuse anywhere near as hard with that Pantheon. Pantheon versus Ornn, it's certainly not as Pantheon favored as the Gwen matchup is, and Ornn very much can survive through that lane and be more impactful in the late game. So we're going to have to see a lot of these Grand Starfalls used to the advantage of the rest of the members of QTE looking for roams around the map, because getting the Pantheon ahead and the Ornn behind is really not as important in this game as it was versus the Gwen. You want to be seeing these Pantheon ults going towards your laners, getting this Neferi ahead and the Swain behind, or the Lucian, even if you're wanting ult towards the bot lane. That is going to be priority number one when you're playing versus an Ornn. Obviously, not a champion that can smack through your towers as quickly as Gwen. So you have the liberty of using that Grand Starfall to go elsewhere and pick up kills. Whereas versus a Gwen, you kind of want to stay in that lane and not let her have free reign of your tower.
Exactly that. So we'll see. We'll see exactly what happens. Overall, I like to see different champions. I do. This is game number 4, and I was thinking, is this the ace up Quantum's sleeve? Because they're pulling out the exact same draft that was very successful, so successful it took them to a win, right? But this is game number 4. Let's say in a scenario where they take it through to another win and they take us to game number 5. Are they going to be able to rerun the entire comp yet again? Because from the perspective of looking at Wacky Wraiths, they are quite versatile in what they can do. They've got so many different varieties that we've seen thus far, and they've all worked wonders, right? Now, is it the ace up the sleeve here, or does Quantum have something else that they're holding on to? Yes, this is do and die for them. However, I would be really intrigued to see even more, and a game number 5 would be absolutely amazing.
A game 5 certainly would be incredible, and if there's a draft to do it, like you said, it's this one. But it is, once again, a draft that relies on getting ahead early. Very strong lanes, Pantheon, Naviri, Lucian Army, and that supportive jungler in the Sejuani. You've got decent front to back. There is obviously still peel and disengage on the side of Wacky Wraiths, but it's a nice composition from QTE, especially if they can get ahead early. They've got good team fights, and that isn't something we've been able to see from QTE. In the game that they did win, it was more Wacky Wraiths throwing a lead than QTE establishing a lead of their own. And that's really what they're going to need to do in this game. I mean, you can pray as much as you want for Wacky Wraiths to fudge up the game, but I think you kind of have to be on the ball here. Maybe Wacky Wraiths can throw away a lead, but that's not the way that you want to win this if you're QTE. You don't want to be holding out for the enemy team to misplay. You want to be making your own proactive plays around the map, and that's what I really want to see them try and do in this game.
Yeah, no, definitely, 100%. So in regard to some of these matchups, Swain into Neferi, we've kind of already addressed that. We'll see how it goes. Lucian Nami, we know how that one goes. We've got the Nami Lucian synergy here. Into a Tristana and Alistar. I do like it because the Alistar can beautifully change the position of the calling, for instance, right? If you're looking to disengage, if you can somehow get in there without really taking too many of those bullets onto yourself, you can always save or reposition that ability. But going through then the Nami, who can lock you down if you get too far in there with all of those aqua prisms and all of that slowing that she's got going for herself with the Tycoler's blessing. So it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup too. See down in the bot lane, and again with the junglers, Gwen. A lot of farming for the most part of the entire early stage of the game, and Sejuani might be looking for those early kills or ganks as she so likes. Now we are getting ourselves into the 4th game here, potentially the last game, as Wacky Wraiths are 1 win away from taking the entire championship here, with Quantum looking for 2 more games.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a little bit of a pause. So I want to mention Robbery. Robbery was kind of touted as like a very aggressive jungler, looking for plays, looking for fights and skirmishes. But Gwen, you want to full clear, you want to farm up and scale on that champion. So we'll see how this is going to play out. Obviously, Sejuani isn't a big champion that can take advantage of you in your own jungle. You're not going to get invaded by a Sejuani, but you can make plays elsewhere on the map while the Gwen is still trying to farm up and scale to become that big scary Gwen that you know and love. So if Tel DK can find good angles onto these laners that are all very strong inside of the early game, like you mentioned, some early ganks coming out from Tel DK can quickly turn the tides in the favor of QTE. And that's very much what they're going to be looking to do here if they want to have a chance in this game. They need to get ahead early, and Tel DK is going to be just the person to do that. It's only even further unlocked once Sejuani hits level 6, gets that Glacial Prison unlocked, and yeah, you don't have a lot of disengage on that mid lane. The Swain, rather immobile, does have the demonic ascension, but it just makes you a little bit tanky. It doesn't get you out of anywhere. Obviously, the Tristana has the rocket jump and Ornn. That W will make you unstoppable, but with multiple forms of CC coming out from this Sejuani and the Pantheon, you can definitely bait out the unstoppable and ensure that the rest of your stuns go to good use. As we see, once again, another ward. Seems pretty standard in Wacky Wraiths early gameplay to try and get that ward out, spot out where TelDK is going to be starting, and that might inhibit the early game pressure that QTE really want to put down, because now they know Sejuani is going to be starting on that top side.
Ooh, okay, so I mean, it's gonna be a mirrored jungle matchup here, so they might clash fates on that crab, even if Sejuani finds herself to be brave enough to go into a Gwen in the river. That could be an exciting matchup here. We'll see exactly how that goes. Up in the top side, this time round, Ruben is going into not the Gwen, but the Ornn. Once again, Detlef did play the Ornn last game and had a very successful run. He is picking it up here to see if he can do so again. This time, of course, with Ruben having a bit of an easier time with the poking and perhaps some pressure, I say, even though Ornn is quite an aggressive early lane phaser. Once he gets himself going with a few of those abilities and those items that he can pick up with the Living Forge ever so easily.
That he can indeed, and that's why, as Pantheon, I mean, you have that strong early game, that strong couple of levels, but as soon as Ornn just sits under his tower, crafts a couple things up, it's going to be a lot harder to cut through him, especially without level 6. You don't have that armor penetration unlocked with your ultimate passive just yet. So it's going to be pretty hard for you to cut through a tanky Ornn. And we see Hayes going for some big trades there in the mid lane. The Dark and Daggers, the Eviscerate, hurting pretty damn hard. A Swain who hasn't picked up a lot of resistances or health yet.
I think he's still a bit sore after playing that Ari into the Tristana. He just wants to have a bit of him time here. He didn't have a great him time last game, really. Everything he threw was just thrown right back at him with the amount of damage that Tristana was able to do. This time around, there's a Tristana on his team. Butner is waiting to really reach her on the Tristana potential, really, and see what he can do. That's a crab going over to Sejuani and actually going for another one as a flash.
A flash away from Ruben in the top lane. Just making sure that, I don't know, in case there is any follow-up, Ornn does do a crazy amount of damage with the Bro procs, but possibly not the most necessary of flashes. And this is one thing.
Oh my, you want to use your own flash here as well? Where is it? It's not going to be used. Gwen maybe going to pick up some farm or maybe a kill potentially. So much damage flash for flash is going to be respected. That could have been very bad, giving a kill to a Gwen this early on.
But something I wanted to mention in draft, I didn't really get the time. Oh, as a flash pulverize comes down to the bot lane.
Goodness, that was a beautiful little re-engage there. Butner just doing some damage. Right back into his tower he goes as Never Move, nicely done onto Ravenous Flock. Gonna bring Hayes into his knees here as he has no mana, so he doesn't really have an opportunity to retaliate in that situation. He's gonna have to go back and spend that very well-deserved gold that he's picked up on the First Blood.
Absolutely. But I'm tenuous about starting to say anything because there's some posturing here in the bot lane, but it doesn't look like anything's going to happen. But in the top lane, in the bot lane, what's going on?
My goodness, Aqua Prism is available. Is going to be used. No, it's not, because Daxon is too busy trying to save his own life here. He does have to use the heal as well as the flash here. The heal actually used a little bit earlier on here. So the flash takes him to safety. Selil has no mana. He's not going to be able to really have any say in that fight. Butner is very healthy on that front, however. There's another re-engage here. Headbutt into the pulverizer is going to not really do much because of Butner's just being a little bit more focused on the pushing here and farming. Now Hayes with a roam from the mid lane. He does have the Hound Pursuit available. Not going to be able to use it. Aqua Prism does not catch onto the Tristana.
Oh, but he's looking for something more. Call of the pack. Just going to walk away as the Drake started up by Tel DK. Now, Yusjin kind of walking down, will get engaged upon by Hayes, but pops the Demonic Ascension.
He's looking for a fight here. He can sustain himself for as long as he wants. I guess Sejuani had to disengage the Dragon start there. Now Hayes is looking for an engage himself. Yusjin does have a flash, but he doesn't need it. The Starfall is here. Ruben is going to go down because of it. 1-for-1 so far. That's a very happy Swain, if I say so myself, especially in a situation where he was probably going to die anyway. There's Aqua Prism going to take that kill onto the Gwen. Showing up at the perfect time. Rat is gonna go down here. I say that again. A rat. He's not really a rat. But he does go. Oh, a double kill. He's probably thinking, okay, that Nami's a bit of a rat herself, taking all those kills. But you know what? A kill is better than none.
That is most certainly the case. And finally, I'll get to mention the Pantheon. That's what I was talking about in the draft. Being able to roam, make those plays. If that would have been a very bad play, if not for the roam from Ruben with that Grand Starfall. And what I really wanted to mention is the TP. Oftentimes you see Pantheons going for the Ignite to try and get that early lane kill pressure. And we saw it in the previous game against the Gwen. But here, because you're into that Ornn, you know you're not looking for kills in lane, you're looking for kills around the map, you go for the TP so that you can roam mid, roam bot, teleport straight back towards the top lane, but in the mid lane.
Into Swain. He's gonna be in trouble. I don't see him getting away with this one. Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon. He just walks out, literally walks out of that one, and he's gonna be fine. Gwen is taking the Void Grabs already just as they spawn. Sejuani is aware of it spawning, not much aware of Gwen being around, but he does have the backup of the Neferi, so they're going to disengage her in that engage there. Hayes is looking for a proper engage here as he does use the ultimate. He's gonna just dissuade Gwen from being able to do much there. One Void Grub goes over to the Wacky Wraiths here as opposed to the 2 on Quantum, I believe, for the first time in this entire series.
Yeah, absolutely. First time we're seeing not all 3 grubs for one team. And that does mean the feat of monster slaying point goes over because now you only need 2 grubs. And that's going to be secured by QTE. They already have that feat of warfare. Just 1 left until they pick up their upgraded boots. That will either be 2 more objectives or a tower. And then they'll get the feats.
Nice pulverizer here, but not much damage following up. Ascension is being used. Hayes is going to have to flash away. There's not a flash there for Yusjin, and he gets out just with a scrape of health here. Gonna be enough to stay alive for another day. He is missing out on some farm here, behind slightly. A little bit more now that he's got no TP to get into that lane. Pantheon is there to catch up with all of that. However, Ornn is having the easiest time to grab himself some good demolish stacks and 2 tower plates.
And Grand Starfall is going to take him right back into the top lane.
He has no mana. He does have the flash. I'd probably be using that sooner rather than later, because if Ruben is going to get a hold of you here, he might just be able to flash after you if he needs to. Okay, you're very tanky. Never mind. Don't listen to me. Just keep stacking that armor, Detlef, and do not worry for a moment. A dragon has been secured. There's your objectives for the first half of the rounds of these being spawned and secured as we speak.
This is very much the gameplay that we wanted to see from QTE. Just aggression, aggression, aggression across the board. Some of it's not paying off, some of it just results in nothing, but there's always plays being looked for. QTE, they're actually taking a lead in this early game. They're up in objectives, and they're up in kills. They're up in a little bit of gold. And this is what they need to be doing, especially since this composition geared so heavily towards that early game, and they can't wait for Wraiths to make any mistakes. And even in towards this late game, I mean, they're all AD except for this Sejuani, who's going to be building tank, so won't be the biggest in terms of damage dealing. And they have the Alistar with the Unbreakable Will.
Beautiful Ravenous Flock pulling Hayes right into a bit more damage from... Actually, Eugene was having a difficult time for a few minutes, and all of that has just gone out the window because he is now in control of this lane. It's funny what a couple of first minutes can really do to establish like a sort of judgment of a situation, thinking that, you know, Hayes is still at the front of the pack, so to say. Here, he's not. Eugene is absolutely fine in this lane as we speak. He is loving life right now. Now, this is potentially Quantum's last game if they cannot pull out what they need out of their bags. And guess what? That's exactly what they're doing. There's the E going to stun Selil. He has no flash. He has no barrier here as Nami is trying to ride the wave to her own ADC. Not going to be able to get their own time. And he does indeed go down. Just as I praised Quantum, they lose their ADC in the progress.
Yeah, a really good engage from Elrat here. And yeah, in the mid lane, like we were talking about, some health and resistance is picked up by Usajin. Really makes all of the difference inside of that isolated 1v1. It's hard for Neferi to cut through all of those, especially that Catalyst of Eon's recently buffed. But Detlef,
ooh, there's the call of the Forge God. Nice CC there. Well, it's a flash. At the end of the day, that's exactly what you want. But are you going to be able to kill the Ornn any point after this? Oh, okay, hold on a minute. As we got ourselves a trampling cow all over Selil yet again, as Butner picks himself up a second kill in this bot lane. Hayes alongside Tell DK looking for a bit of a scrap themselves. Eugene is ascending, but kind of on the back foot as he did have to flash away.
Yeah, I mean, it's slightly falling to pieces over the last few minutes for QTE. 2 kills from Buna onto Selil. Yeah, I mean, this Tristana is just scaling. And Selil...
Glacial Prism is available. He's looking for it over the wall, and there's the pack arriving. Eugene, one more Q away from dying. He goes down. A great bit of time, sort of just waiting for him to re-push the wave and grabbing him when he least expects it. Hextech Flash available, headbutt, but now he's just gonna have to unwillingly break that calling in his face as the Butner and the headbutt is the synergy here. They're gonna be able to disengage. Elrat, hold on a minute. Hayes now with Robbery in trouble. Ooh, hold on a minute. Needle work is doing just a little bit too less of a job that it needed to do. So they're gonna get away alive.
Was almost a very well executed dive. The reset on the tower from the call of the pack was just too early, right as the last bit of damage came out from Tel DK, which meant he had to flash away from this tower. As this top lane, once again, this is what we were talking about. Ornn picks up an item and is unkillable, even though the Black Cleaver plus the 15% armor penetration comes through from Ruben. That's a lot of penetration, but it's still a very tanky Ornn.
No, it absolutely is. Now we've got a dragon coming up as well as a herald very soon as well. So 2 objectives split across the map, and there could be 2 junglers taking both, or we could have ourselves a mini team fight here to get at least one either side. In the mid lane, we've got some prio as a tower is being pushed past 14 minutes, so no tower plates going over to the Swain as of the moment, but he's going to be very happy with that one. I think he wants to reset here If I believe, no, he's just gonna stick around here. Gwen is round the corner, fully aware of the dragon spawning. Sejuani actually pulled it out of the pit for a moment as well. We're definitely gonna get ourselves a potential first full 5v5 team fight if these guys continue this, especially with the 2 TPs being available up in the top lane. They're going to be fine for now. Erat was looking for a headbutt onto a pulverizer. He's going to be able to not hit nothing. Robbery's just around the corner. Needlework is back off cooldown here already. Looking for the right target. Gets the Sejuani Aqua Prism. Ebe, and whatever that ability is called, is gonna heal the Nami just enough to get her out of the danger here. And it's going to be a dragon.
It will be a dragon picked up for Wacky Wraiths, and well, they were supposed to be scaling, but I don't think they were supposed to have scaled this fast. But it doesn't matter. They are going to be the ones taking these advantages. Now the ones with the gold lead, now the ones with the Drake, and QTE can say goodbye to the lead that they had accrued inside of the early game. And Usajin just bullying Hayes under this tower, Q after Q after Q. And Hayes going to have to take a reset. TP is coming off of cooldown. But Usajin, incredibly healthy, hasn't even fully stacked the Rod of Ages and is just this strong. Imagine when that extra level comes through, there'll be an even bigger level difference in that mid lane. And QTE, they're once again hoping for a throw.
Yeah, and they're hoping for that feat of strength on that tower here then the bot lane as well, because it's just so close to the entire pickup across all of those advantages that they've already been able to grab themselves. And now there's another one already being started, the Herald TP in the mid lane. So Swain is kind of far away. I don't see this actually being able to be contested, even though Cola the Forge is available. Is it going to be casted? Maybe a little bit too late here. Hayes does have the invulnerability. Call of the pack here. He does get out, but perhaps maybe on the same page as the rest of his team, who was looking to engage or maybe leave. But Sejuani didn't have the Q to go over the wall here. Neither way, she goes down here, securing the Herald, but at what cost?
It will pick up the feats of strength, so overall, it could be worse. But that's about as good as I can say. The best thing I can say about that situation is it could be worse. It wasn't great, and QTE, the lead against them is expanding and expanding, and they're going to have to make some plays swiftly in this game to try and close it. Level gaps, once again, all in favor of Wacky Wraiths, and Hayes trying to make their way over to the bot lane, but it was going to be spotted out by Elrat.
Engage. The rocket jump is available to go across the wall here. Coal of the pack has been used, but is now very low. Another rocket jump, and there's the ultimate. It's got to be enough with the auto attack, which follows through. TLDK is now looking to disengage. Does not want to scrap anymore. Use Jin looking for that never move. Not going to be able to hit it. Up in the top side, Ruben is struggling so much more. Even with the Black Cleaver picked up here, you're going into an Ornn. Like, you might as well just go lethality. You're going to do the same amount of damage at this point. You just need to focus on where your real strength lies, and that's on these team fights here. That tower is going to go down eventually, but it's not the first tower. If I'm correct to say, we did get the first tower and the first 3 kills on Quantum,
as well as the first 2 objectives.
Wow,
so,
there you go.
Quite a lot in the feats department for QTE, but not much else for QTE. They are now, in fact, down kills after being 4-1. They are now 5 kills to 6 on the enemy team, and a level 13 Ornn. Going to start upgrading those items. That's 3 Giants belts. So, this Ornn has something like 100 armor.
He's already got 4 items.
And about 1,000 health. So that's going to be a difficult Ornn. That's going to be a difficult Ornn to kill. Let's just say that much. And we saw some good early plays from Ruben to try and make use of that Grand Starfall, but not much after we saw that pick onto Usajin. And that's really what we have to be doing, because we've seen him just lose control further and further of this top lane. That Ornn's turret, still almost full HP. And Ruben didn't really use the advantage of that TP and that ultimate to find picks on that bot lane or in that mid lane after we saw that pick onto Usage. So perhaps a little bit too passive from QTE, but either way, still a lot more aggressive than they have been playing inside of these early games. As Tell DK looks for something, but the Blast Cone would
Got lucky
successfully
there,
disengage that one.
especially with before the dragon here. I guess it's still 50 seconds, right? So he's got time to respawn. But what's the point of dying if you can just get right out and be absolutely fine here? There's a lot of people accumulating in the mid lane here. A lot of people looking to push out and get an advantage in the, at least presence, the prio. Up in the top side, of course, we still got those one TP only. So Ornn's going to have to think about going back. Eventually, Bolverize are going into 2 members, Hayes as well as the Sejuani. They're going to disengage. Robbery is actually now going to be re-engaged on as the Ascension is getting Aqua prisoned, but it doesn't matter because the damage still goes through. There's the Starfall going into the backline here. Is it going to be enough damage? Butana is just going to be able to escape, maybe do enough damage himself. He's not. Is Selil gonna be able to do so? Yes, he is. And this is the team fight that might just sway this entire game on its head. It definitely will do some sort of work here. Ornn very healthy, able to secure the tower.
Yeah, Drake, now the focus for QTE, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Ruben making the proactive plays. Grand Starfall in will get him there earlier than Detlef, who doesn't have the TP. And that's going to be a 4v5, and they're going to pick up some good kills for the side of QTE and possibly take a grasp back into this game. They're now starting up the Atakan, as this Herald in the mid lane has to have 2 members answer it. They just do manage to get it in time. But now, Robbery, too far away in the mid lane. They're going to send a TP down into the bot lane. That is a TP burn, but it will get QTE off of the... Oh my god!
Yeah, a little bit too early. You got that one on the mark there. It is a god indeed. A god missing his ability. He's not going to be able to do much, but he does have the Coal of the Forge god, and he does get CC'd by the Everfrost, I believe here. Now TL DK, as I pronounce his name incorrectly, he's going to go down. Hayes is alive for just a moment longer. He gets out fine. Atakan is still ticking. They haven't stopped it yet. He misses another headbutt onto the wall there. It's fine. Doesn't need to hit it. It was all just to make sure the objective goes down.
Yeah, QTE, you're doing too much now. It's a fine line to walk. It's very, very difficult to know, do we fight this, do we not? Because the previous fight went phenomenally for them. They had the numbers advantage, but then Hayes TPing in too deep. It's just a bit too uncoordinated. They try to start the Atakan. They get pushed off it by Usajin's TP, and it turns out that was not the type of play that you should have been looking for. But I understand going for it because it's so difficult when you're playing a composition like this. It's so hard to tell what fights you should be taking and what fights you shouldn't be taking. It just so happens that was one of the fights that they should not have been taking. They give over the Atakan. Spirit Petals now for Wacky Wraiths.
Ooh, looking for the calling here. Does not have the flash to sort of follow up with it. Hayes, I don't think you're going to do much damage there, buddy. You're going to just have to reposition yourself and re-strategize there. Because Ornn is living his best life right now. He's actually going to be able to clear out some damage here as they are still scrapping in the top side here, just trading back and forth. In the mid lane, that's where the real prize lies. The tower, that's what they want. That's what they'll get.
No,
if they're keep pushing Quantum, Ruben is in trouble. Eugene is trying to avoid the Evermore, right? If that gets hit here, maybe he's going to do the same thing he did in the first game, but Eugene is not done yet. Evermove was missed, so the ability cooldown is ticking, and there it goes again, but he's not done yet. He's actually going to be tower diving, not for too much longer. I guess Pantheon is very fast, and he gets out. Robbery's gonna get engaged on. He goes down. Now it looks like Elra is going to be in trouble. He does have the unbreakable will, but for how long is he going to be able to survive? Not much longer. That's 2 kills going over here to Quantum again. Somehow they do manage to pick up these skirmishing fights. Perhaps when they try to fight for the objectives, that's really when it doesn't go their way. Evermove is hit by the The Swain here, who's actually in trouble because the Aqua Prism is going to go golden. Yushin is now in the midst of 5 members. Gonna go down as my brain lagged for a moment there. They're going to be turning around on the Herald here now instead.
Yep, I mean, Ruben, looking what looked like to be a pick on the side lane, trying to get away from Usajin, but doesn't have...
It's a Baron!
The slow. It's a Baron. It's a Baron.
Wow.
Courtesy of that pick, and then the other pick, and then the pick that happened after that. And Robbery is alive, going to try and make his way over.
All of the hard.
Does.
Looking for an engaged, beautiful Glacial Prism just to deny that. Now Detlef is not going to be able to do anything. They tried to stop the Baron, but only 2 members remaining here with the Needleworks being thrown out by Robbery, who did die initially, is now back into the team fight, but still into 5 members. And yes, the Ornn is very tanky, but it's not going to be enough. He doesn't do enough damage. He might sit there and soak it all up, but for how long can he do so? Not long enough. Cecil alongside the rest of the Wraiths are going to be re-engaging on this Baron here as Alistair is looking for something with Swain approaching. Does have the Demonic Ascension available. They're very low.
About this. They're looking for the steal.
Going right away. There's
but
the
this is just not the
free. Man, Paul, hold on a minute. Is it enough damage here? No, it's not. Hold on, but Yushin is still ticking away at the Sejuani. That's the tankiest member. Got rid of it, but maybe it took a little bit too long. The Baron is secured, and it's gonna cost you 2 more deaths.
They try to fight a 2v5. Luckily for them, they managed to pick off DK, which means Drake is up and available, but they lose 2 members for it, and now it's a 4v3 if they want to start up this Drake. And there's the Grand Starfall, just to ensure that they're not on it. It's going to be a burnt cooldown, and it's going to be started up. Pantheon, the Comet Spear, does do that percentage or that extra execute damage onto targets below 20%, so it can function as a sort of smite. But yeah, I mean, just Wacky Wraiths, they've been ahead the entire series. You're not ahead anymore. You can't take these absolutely wacky fights. I mean, I see why they call them the Wacky Wraiths, because that was an insane fight going in 2v5, and you're going to lose the Baron and the Drake and both of your lives, and the rest of your team was already dead. And Soul Point now secured for QTE.
It's a lot of objectives secured overall. Quantum really representing the jungle side here. Tell DK having a field day, absolutely living life as he is now just a dragon away with the rest of his team before the Soul Mountain is secured, and that's just gonna make everything so much more difficult to pierce through this entire roster, okay? Even with that Gwen, sure, this time round, perhaps you wished you had the Vayne again. It was banned away. And speaking of the ADC, that calling almost deletes their Tristana. He's now going to get Everfrosted. Yushin is using the Ascension. Demonic embracing that one as the Lucian is going to get deleted. And there's the Gwen trying to do the exact same, maybe not as impressive into a poor Nami. Unlucky. That's a duo dead. And what did they get for it? Did they get the tower?
They do indeed. So, I mean, they tried to fight that. They had 2 members split pushing. The Pantheon in that top river, the Neferi down in that bot lane. Does manage to pick up a tower, so it isn't the worst trade. They are still in a good position, but that was a little bit of a throw from QTE.
Ooh, interesting.
Mid tower.
I do like this.
Now the focus.
Very aggressive here. Even from behind, they're able to secure themselves a tower. Yes, sure. That is going to open up the map. And, you know, it was matched with a tower down in the bottom. It's good. It's good. It's a way to come back into this game. And yes, the Gwen is scaling. 2-3 does have 2 items. Needlessly large rod picked up as the Pantheon does find her, stealing away that jungle that he's not too happy about, but he's going to have to deal with it as it's not going to mean much. For the time being, no objectives are up. The Baron has been taken, still available here. I think, no, maybe that's already gone away, but the Dragon is about 2.5 minutes from spawning.
Yep, Soul Point for QTE. They do not want to throw this fight. They do not want to lose this. This will be Mountain Soul, and it will be pretty darn important at
They
keeping
can
them
see you.
just about
You was
alive.
not in the bush there. That's a very good disengage, however. It's like nothing happened in the first place, and they get out just on time. Sejuani just stepping out of that brush there, didn't realize, and the Ornn was there to make sure to capitalize on that mistake. They're gonna disengage.
Yeah, they burn one flash on Daxen and a few ultimates thrown out from both sides. But all in all, not too shabby from QTE. Ruben going to shove out this top wave again, has the access to the TP and the Grand Starfall. But the benefit of this Pantheon is if you can force someone to TP top to answer you, you can ult bot, keep your TP, TP bot, keep your ult. You've got some options here. So Ruben trying to split push here, but he's so strong on this Pantheon. I mean, QTE, they can't do what they did last time, and they cannot fight without Ruben. Ruben's not here yet. And tell DK not going to go further because of that exact reason. And now Usajin up towards that top lane. If you use that Grand Starfall to join the rest of your team and force out Usajin's TP, you still keep your TP and you put that TP on a 300 or 200 and something second cooldown for Usajin now if they do look to fight. 260 seconds. Yeah, they changed it recently. The Unleashed is 260 and I think it scales with your level, but now tell DK and Hayes
does have the
looking for a bit of
HP to face
engage.
check like this, and he is going to get away with it, and actually using an ultimate for the Cell here. That's going to be on cooldown with only 40 seconds to go. It could be a crucial cooldown, really. I'm just looking at these items. There's 3 across the board here,
They
and
need
the
to
searing
wait.
charge goes right in. It's going to be CC'd with the Glacial Prism. Hayes is so low. And Nami trying to heal up his mid laner. It's going to be all right for now, as Elrat is not done yet. There's the searing charge, what started off the entire team fight. Of course, Tell DK cannot be slowed. He's going to be moving out of this one. 9 seconds to go, but Nami finds herself on a very bad side of this map. Maybe
Interrupts the
perchance
rocket
he
jump.
actually buys a lot of time here. Looks like they're going to leave her alone. She's going to re-engage into this team fight
They're going to the
eventually.
Baron. Yeah, they're going to the
They're
Baron.
going to the Baron. They're just going to take the Baron. It's going to be a traded soul. Nope, never mind, because it's not like their soul is up for the grabs here for no, it is. It's Quantum. Okay, they'll trade for the objectives instead.
Yeah, one mounted Drake for a Baron. All thanks to Daxen going the wrong way. That was, yeah, I mean, they
Doing
overchased.
that more often.
That was a beautiful tidal wave, just perfectly interrupting the rocket jump from Butner, and there was no more chase potential. And WW, they realized this, and they have to turn on the Drake, but it's too late for them to do anything about the Baron. And that's a big, fat, juicy gold injection for QTE, and they don't even lose soul because they're the ones with soul point. Still,
Wow.
only 2 Drakes for WW and 3 for the side of QTE. A really good play there as Butner.
Oh my
gets
god.
culling.
Oh, that's so much
But it seems
damage.
like
But then
Celil.
there's more damage coming through right onto Celil, who was so greedily looking for that culling. Each time, it's just not going to be enough damage because the rocket jump is going to get the Tristana away from danger. Perhaps if you had a little bit more range and then you could flash in, but you already did that and it didn't work out your way. Now, you're looking at a Baroned up team and without the ADC, so they're going to have to slow down on this push.
Yeah, that's -1 Baron. I'm nervous, Dom. I'm incredibly nervous. I don't want to see QTE throw this game. I want to see a game 5. But, I mean, there have been some questionable decisions, and I'm just getting more and more and more worried that this game is going to be thrown away. But I have faith. I have faith in QTE. Can they bring this one home? They have a substantial gold lead, and sure, they may not be the best in terms of late game scaling with their composition, but they're cracking towers around the maps. They're making money moves. They're getting ahead. Hayes may have to use the call of the pack to try and dodge away from that, and will do so successfully. But, I mean, if this is anyone's game to lose, it's QTE's.
It is. It certainly is. And the longer this game goes on, it's more likely to happen as well. I don't want to say much else, but it's looking like Wraiths, even though from behind, but it's only 3,000 gold. Really, what is that at a 35-minute game? What does 3,000 gold really get you? The biggest substantial difference between these two teams are the junglers. Everybody else is sitting those 4 free items already. ADCs are. The mid laners, not quiet. So maybe that's where the difference lies here. But Swain, even with free items, can just match so beautifully with how his kit works to be able to sustain him and do so much AoE damage in these team fights alongside 2 Zhonyas here. This might be a very difficult Wraiths to deal with in team fights if the execution on Quantum is not good enough. And so far, the only time that Quantum had not had a good time was during objective fights. Every other time there was a skirmish, they excelled and came out on top. Is it going to be enough this time round as well?
Yeah, you have to wonder. I mean, Wraiths can keep fighting and fighting, and every time they lose, it's not the biggest setback, but if QTE, they lose one team fight, the game is over for them, and they have to just play this so incredibly well to eke out a win. In theory, with perfect play, you expect QTE to win this, but with just a slight slip up from either side, the mistakes from QTE are going to be way more detrimental than the mistakes from
like
Wacky
this one
Wraiths
here,
as they sit in a bush.
you're walking right into 3 members without any vision. Just as fast as you walked in, you're going to get deleted. That's already 1 down. The rest has been engaged on. Actually, the headbutt is going to get Salili to safety. He has the barrier. There's the tidal wave for a re-engage. Another Comet Spear is going to delete Robbery, but instead, Ruben has to now run for his life. Salili's going to get absolutely whammed to pieces with Butner just in the background, but little way at the Tell DK. That is the mistake that Frio has just been able to tell us about here. Couple of kills and a dragon coming up. It looks like Wraiths is gonna disengage. That's a Hourglass. What are you doing, Tell DK? Maybe trying to stop these backs, but is it gonna be worth it here? You have no flash now. You're gonna have to match this dragon.
Oh my god, soul point now for WW. And you can't be face checking the bush. Yes, sure, you've got the call of the pack, but there's no teammates for you to walk out to. 4 items on this Neferi. You are so much of your team's damage, especially without that consistent DPS. Sure, you've got the Lucian, but you've got Pantheon, you've got Nami and a Sejuani. You need to be alive. Look at the gold leads. 2k on to Hayes almost. And the rest of the team, look, Robbery up 3k. Ruben up 3k. And Butner is ahead of Salil. Hayes needs to be the difference maker in a lot of these fights. Ruben can't carry these alone. And when you're face checking 3 members of WW like that, it's just not going to end well, especially with no follow-up there. I mean, maybe you can turn it around with the call of the pack if there's a Sejuani waiting around the corner, if there's a Lucian waiting around the corner, but there isn't.
3 for 3 dragons. Everybody's sitting on pretty much the same gold, and that's gonna be a revenge quick engage. Selil was the one doing this in the entire game, and it looks like Butner was the one to say, listen, this is how you do it. We got that buster shot in your face, send him packing, just as the Baron has spawned here. Yes, this game is pretty much even when it comes to the gold, but it's all about these team fights now. It's all about the execution and who's able to have better macros. The side laning matters. You need these minions pushing in your favor, especially down in the bot lane. Whoever was in control of that has been slacking, because without that, you can't really capitalize on this Baron advantage now. So they're going to do just that. They're going to be pushing out these waves, and now is when it begins. guys, now is the last couple of minutes here. If Quantum cannot do anything for these next 3 or 4 minutes of the Baron buff, this will be the last game.
3 Drakes to 1, 2 Barons to 0, 2 Grubs to 1, and now they're losing. They're down in gold, and Detlef, Baron empowered minions. Pantheon has absolutely no damage into this Ornn, and can't even clear through the wave because it's Baron empowered. They're looking for a 1-3-1 here with Detlef and Robbery on the side lanes and 3 in the middle. There's so much damage here from Butin, and now with the completed Guardian Angel, if they
don't even need to push.
The turrets are just falling, and now Detlef regrouping with the rest of his team has the Call of the Forge god available. Robbery in the bot lane on the Gwen, not the laner, but still side laning, and there is the engage.
DK is the tank, however, he's quite low now. There's Yushin with his Ascension. He's looking for a bit more. Detlef is actually getting quite low now. There isn't a Fury who is not going to be able to do much damage as the Pantheon is going to run towards the wrong direction. The rest of Wraiths are looking to dismantle, absolutely delete the rest of the Quantum squad here. They are not going to be able to match it. Just like that, after a few last team fights and the Baron, this is their game, and they are your grand finalists.
What an insane game. Victory looked so assured for Quantum, but yet they managed to throw it all down the drain, and the victor of your grand finals is going to be Wacky Wraiths in a 3-1 series. What beautiful performance right there at the end from the Wraiths. And now, once again, for the final time, I'm going to throw it over to the analyst desk to talk about that game number 4 and the
conclusion very much, guys,
to this game and this series.
It's been a pleasure. Take care. Take over, Grants. Yes, take over.
Yeah, thank you very much, Three and Domain. That was a beautiful cast over 4 games. It was a pleasure to listen to you while watching the games. And we have a winner. We have a split 1 SNCL winner, which is Wacky Wraiths, but dude, QTE put up a fight. Game 4, it looked like they would take the whole thing. Like I was so down to go to 5 games, and then at one point Wacky started to turn it around. But like this was such a banger game to close off this finals.
For sure. Actually, the thing is, what was really fun to watch. I think actually it was kind of not close in the sense that it kind of looked like game 2 even if you look, of course, especially if you look only at the first half of the draft. But the crucial difference in those drafts from game 2 and this last game was that Wacky had like 3 full tanks. I mean, you had the Ornn, you had the Alistar, and of course you would think, oh, this Swain is a mage, but then he builds Rod of Ages, Zonias, and a Thorn Mail, and the enemy only has 80 damage, and no Amumu this time that can build the Liandry's. And especially if you go to late game looks really, really rough for Quantum Infinity.
Yeah, I mean, we have to give a big shout out to Quantum because they went down 0-1, then they found a solution to get 1-1, then they got down to 1-2, and I feel like the pressure is the highest when the opponent has 2 wins. Of course, if they win 1 more, the series is over. And I feel like they put such a strong fight up, and maybe it was them being nervous or whatever, which led to some mistakes that led to Wacky getting back and winning. But yeah, I'm really glad that we had those 2 teams in the finals because I felt like they put up a great show. That being
For
said,
sure.
we have an interview coming in, which I will pull in, which is Elred, the supporter and champion of Wacky Wraiths.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Elred. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I mean, we we won in the end. We had some big hiccups in the last game, and we already had a big discussion. But I'm happy that we won in the end.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you won in the end as as a regular substitute. But as a league owner, I feel like it was just a great show to watch. As an analyst, of course, as well. How nervous were you when game number 4 was not going to plan because you were behind? There were like your mid laner got picked off. You weren't finding the engages you needed. How nervous were you?
I mean, I was kind of nervous. I had some back flashes, you could say, to SLE where we were winning game 4. We threw it, and then we lost game 5. So I was like, I don't want to play in game 5. It's gonna be late. The mood will be a little bit down. So yeah, was not that great.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you still pulled through, so you're feeling good now.
Sure.
There was one question I really wanted to ask. I think in the first 3 games, Oriana got banned from you in first rotation.
Yeah.
And then in the last game, they left it open to ban out the Jenna.
Mm.
Did you already have the plan to pick up the Swain to be like this also a big beefy front line into their AD comp? And that's why you didn't pick Orion?
Not really. Like we saw, he plays assassins, so we wanted to pick mid very late. Usually, we are fine with picking it early. I think Oriana is a really stable pick against other control mages, but against assassin, it's kind of weird. So we prioritized support blind pick, and then we saw they're going for a full 80 comp again. And we googled win rates against Nafiri because our mid laner is like, I don't know what to play. I went through the list. The first pick he could play, we just picked it. In lane, it looked terrible, and he was like, "How's this a counter pick?" But in the end, I think it was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean the Swain had weaknesses. Um, but yeah, I think you're not able to play next split, right? You hit Masters 500 LP or something, which
Yeah.
is way above what we as a league have as our standards. Um, did you enjoy the split? And if yes, what is next? What is next on the line for you?
I think it was a good split. I've also felt like sometimes it was kind of unfair because if I peaked 500 LP, I never thought I could do that, but I mean, the average is like probably diamond. Um, but I think next for me is we still continue playing Prime League with Wacky, and I think we will probably look for another tournament, or maybe the boys will continue with another support. Yeah, who knows?
Thanks for that insight. Did at any point of the series did you think that Quantum Infinity had like an idea of a draft that could really challenge you, or that you even in game 2 think that it was more like down to personal mistakes from your side to lose?
Mm, I think they never had like a big edge in draft because we knew they would like to play full AD if they could. Like their mid laner likes to play assassins, so we banned Rumble top to prevent some AP damage. In game 2, they kind of picked us off with our Mumu pick. We kind of fucked up some individual plays, and then we were like, okay, let's just ban the Amumu because it's such a easy execute. It's so easy to execute, so we just eliminate that, and yeah, and then it went kind of smooth sailing.
All right, then I want to ask one last thing of you before we end this stream and the split with it. Um, are there any final words that you have for maybe your teammates, maybe Quantum Infinity who played 4 games against you just now? or maybe to the community as a whole?
I mean, to Quantum Infinity, thank you for this finals. I hope you had fun. I think the matches were really intense and sometimes on knife's edge. And to other teams who participated, thank you as well. Like, it was fun. We played some nice people, some good teams, and to everybody who watched, thank you for watching, and I hope you will participate next season. And to my teammates, I really like you, but sometimes before draft you need to stop talking, guys. You're talking about so much shit, and I can't focus. Like, I want to talk about the draft, and you talk about if you can beat a gorilla as a man.
That discussion. All right. Thank you for your words. Thanks again to Domain and Trio for those wonderful casts. Eric, if you rewatch the finals, you will be blessed with their casting. Thank you, Catesmates, for filling in as an analyst. Both you and me were not planned as analysts, but our original analyst desk fell sick. So I hoped it was still fine. Thank you to everyone who played in the split. I thought it was a really great first split. We had a lot of good community engagement, and I felt like this is something that we can build on. You can watch out on the Discord for news for the next split. It will probably start in August or September this year. For now, we will take a break, but there will be some updates. Of course, the team of the season needs to be revealed, and everything that goes on with that. But I want to invite every team that played this split back because we want to keep an engagement. We want to build a community where you have a kind of sentiment towards the other teams where you know them. They are rivals or friendly teams. So every team that wants to be back for next split gets an spot, no matter when they apply during the application phase. All right, then I wish everyone a great Sunday evening. And yeah, do you have any final words, Kites?
No, thanks for everyone that participated and also everyone that casted and made this whole thing possible. It was really fun.
I don't want to interrupt. I just wanted to quickly jump in. Thank you again for having me and Frio. It's been a pleasure, guys, and I hope we can do this much more often. All the best. Again, congrats to WW, and take care.